again, everybody. I'm Hazel May, and welcome to this latest edition of MLB Network Presents All-Time Games. After nearly 2 decades of futility, the mid-1990s represented a baseball renaissance for the Seattle Mariners franchise. The two central figures primarily responsible for the turnaround, center fielder Ken Griffey Jr. and flame-throwing ace Randy Johnson. When the 1998 season rolled around and facing pending free agency, the small-market Mariners were fearful they wouldn't be able to re-sign the only pitcher to have ever captured the Cy Young Award in the franchise's history. Thus, at the trading deadline, the Mariners shipped Johnson to the Houston Astros for a trio of youngsters. Amidst a tight pennant race in the NL Central, Johnson made an immediate impact in the Lone Star State, as this mid-August test versus the Milwaukee Brewers would attest to.
Welcome back to the Astrodome. Matt Vasgersian, Bill Schroeder, producer-director Wade Rowland. The Brewers set to do battle with the big unit, Randy Johnson. Larry Dierker proud to have Randy Johnson as his staff ace. Indeed, a huge coup of a trade pulled off by general manager Jerry Hunsaker prior to the trading deadline. And the Brewers have been followed into the National League by one of the best in big league baseball, left-hander Randy Johnson. Fernando Vina to start things. It is Vina, Loretta, and Cirillo off the top. Jackson, Jaha, Grissom 3 through 6. Newfield, Matheny, and Woodall round things out for the Brewers.
Let's check out the defense. Lou Hidalgo and Bell in the outfield. Barry Gutierrez, Biggio, and Bagwell around the horn. Brad Ausmus behind the plate, and on the mound making his third start for the Astros, big Randy Johnson.
Johnson 2-0 as an Astro ever since coming over to this team from the Seattle Mariners in exchange for a couple of minor league prospects and a player to be named later. Overall, he is 11-10 with an ERA just over 4, a 4.04 on the season. Fernando Vina this year batting at .308 with a count of 3 balls and a strike against Randy Johnson. A lot of excitement in the Astrodome tonight. First start was widely anticipated. It was on the 7th of August against the Phillies. He pitched himself a complete game, 5 hits shutout, as the Astros cruised that night 9-zip. Vina beats a ground ball to Biggio, and there's one away for the big unit here in the first.
Well, Randy Johnson's going to be a big asset for these Houston Astros, particularly in the playoffs. In a 7-game series, you're probably going to see Randy Johnson 3 different times. 5-game series, he's probably going to start the opening game of the playoffs for the Astros and then pitch again. Pretty much the anchor of this staff. Leads all of baseball in strikeouts with 233. Curt Schilling just behind him with 226 strikeouts.
Here's Mark Loretta now. Loretta 3 for 8 in the series. Well, there's plenty of experience on the Brewer lineup against Randy Johnson coming into this one tonight. While so many clubs in the National League are taking a look at the big unit for the first time, the Brewers, with perhaps the most experience collectively against Randy Johnson, stemming from their American League days against one another. We mentioned it in the open. Can't take too much solace in this stat. The Brewers have been unable to beat Randy Johnson for some time. Last time they knocked him off was 1992. Phil Garner's first year at the helm.
Well, Randy Johnson throwing the ball like he did a couple of years ago with the Seattle Mariners. He struggled a little bit with the Mariners. Contract problems. Wanted to get traded. Well, here he is in Houston and throwing the ball hard again.
And Loretta pops up. Derek Bell in right field is under it. 2 gone for Johnson to start the ball game.
I heard Jim Lefevre talk about the way Randy Johnson likes to attack hitters. Doesn't throw that overpowering fastball right off the bat. Likes to try and get ahead real quick, take a little bit off the fastball, or just flip that slider up for a strike. You go up there against Johnson, you got to expect the fastball upwards around 97, 98 miles an hour. When he's able to throw that off-speed stuff over, that's when he's tough.
2 gone for Jeff Cirillo now, a guy who's got a good career line against Randy Johnson. You'll notice as we ran down the starting lineups very quickly, mind you, the Brewers have stacked things with right-handed batters tonight, and oft employed strategy by opposing managers ever since Randy Johnson pitched himself into dominance in the early 90s. It's not really a proven success formula, But Phil Garner tonight feels as though he's got a much better chance with guys like Darren Jackson and Mark Newfield in there, as opposed to left-handers Burnitz and Nilsson, among others.
Now Fernando Vina, the only left-handed hitter for the Brewers in the starting lineup. Brad Woodall, a switch hitter, asked him about, what are you going to do, hit right-handed or left-handed tonight? What do you think he said?
I got to believe he wants to hit right-handed. Was that right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's ball 4 to Cirillo. And the Brewers have a 2-out base runner here in the first. Controversy yesterday amongst the umpires. Jerry Meals, the most controversial of the 4, is calling balls and strikes tonight. That's something we'll watch for you. Terry Tato, Wally Bell, and Jerry Davis around the infield. A couple of controversial check swings late in the ball game. Decisions that went the way of the Astros had much to do with their ability to tie the ball game in the 9th against Bob Wickman.
Yeah, leadoff base runner, bottom of the 9th inning. Brewers had a 1-run lead, and Sean Berry tried to check his swing on a 3-2 slider by Bob Wickman, and didn't look like he did it, but Jerry Meals gave him first base. That opened the floodgates. And he talked to Bob Wickman about that. And what he said was it shouldn't have gone to 3-2 either.
Well, all of a sudden we've got some lipping between Johnson and Meals. Again, Meals in the middle of the controversy. Randy Johnson not wasting much time tonight in expressing his dissatisfaction with the strike zone.
Well, zero tolerance from Jerry Meals. Huh? He threw Phil Garner before he got 2 steps on the field last night. Already in the face of the big unit.
Jackson lines to shortstop. Gutierrez has it, and that retires the side as Jerry Meals watches Randy Johnson walk off the field. Already fireworks to the bottom of the first, scoreless.
Want a 4-star hotel at a 2-star price? Go to Hotwire.com. When 4-star hotels have unsold rooms, they use Hotwire to fill them. So you get the lowest prices on 4-star hotels, guaranteed.
HOTWIRE, Hotwire.com.
People think that Honda is always the most fuel-efficient choice. Well, the Chevy Cobalt XFE has better highway mileage than a comparable Honda Civic. The Chevy Traverse has better mileage than a Honda Pilot. And Chevy Malibu has better mileage than Accord. Go figure. However, Honda does make something that we just can't compete with. It's self-propelled. There's never been more reasons to look at Chevy.
Watch as current and former players demonstrate baseball fundamentals and give insider tips from the major leagues. Diamond Demo Marathon starting Sunday at 1 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
Brewers scoreless in the top of the first against Randy Johnson, making his 3rd start as an Astro tonight. Time for Brad Woodall to take the mound for the Brewers. That's the way Larry Dierker authored his lineup card tonight. Craig Biggio will lead off at second base. Ricky Gutierrez back in the 2-hole at shortstop after being dropped into the bottom of the lineup yesterday. Bell, Bagwell, and Alou. Lots of trouble 3 through 5 for the Astros. Richard Hidalgo, the rookie center fielder, bats number 6. Sean Berry, red hot at third base, hits in the 7-hole. Brad Ausmus and Randy Johnson round out the lineup for Houston.
Well, a lot of right-handed hitters in that Brewers defense tonight. Newfield, Grissom, and Darren Jackson in the outfield. Burnitz with a rare night off. Cirillo, Loretta, Vina, and Jaha around the horn. Mike Matheny behind the plate. And on the mound, making start number 13 tonight, Brad Woodall.
Brad Woodall with a 5-6 record. You saw it a moment ago. Most recently, he was a loser against the Cincinnati Reds on the 7th of August. Really a nightmarish day for the entire pitching staff, not just Brad Woodall. That was a 17-0 Cincinnati shellacking at Synergy Field. That tagged Woodall with his 6th loss of the year. Craig Biggio was kept quiet yesterday. He would draw an important base yesterday in the bottom of the 9th inning. He was hit by a pitch, an 0-2 pitch. It got away from Bob Wickman.
Well, this guy, one of the toughest guys in all of baseball, fouled a ball off his foot. Then he got hit in the wrist with a pitch. Still able to make the starting lineup tonight. Well, these Houston Astros, you talk about a bunch of guys that they call gamers. They're full of them on this roster. Craig Biggio, probably one of the biggest.
Astros have been in first place since the 29th of April. They have won 5 straight home games. It's their longest home winning streak of the season. A swing and a miss, strike 3 from Biggio. Matheny throws down to first. The throw almost gets away from John Jaha, but he hangs on. The strikeout records the first out in the bottom of the first.
Right, good changeup by Woodall. It's going to be very important for him to keep the ball down tonight. We talked about the home runs. Not only that he has given up 20 of them, but the Houston Astros second in the league in hitting home runs. He keeps that ball down tonight. He should be okay.
Here's Ricky Gutierrez now. Gutierrez was 1 for 5 yesterday. He hit in the bottom third of the lineup yesterday. Back in the 2-hole tonight. That's where he batted on Monday. This is a lineup that doesn't need a whole lot of tinkering. And the only tinkering that Larry Dierker will do is that he will occasionally run a different body into that 2-hole. Got Gutierrez in there tonight.
Well, against left-handed pitchers, Ricky Gutierrez out of the 2-hole. Against lefties, Billy Spires, the ex-Brewer, is the second hitter. Dropped Gutierrez down to 7. As you mentioned, that's just about the only change that they make day in and day out.
Astro pitcher turned Astro broadcaster turned Astro manager. He has had nothing but success since coming here prior to the 1997 season.
I'd imagine Larry Dierker already starting to think about postseason. Very much like the Yankees and the Atlanta Braves. Very comfortable lead in the National League Central. I believe he's feeling a little bit easier about things with Randy Johnson out there.
Well, prior to the acquisition of Johnson, Shane Reynolds had been the #1 starter here for the Astros. Well, that's a very good major league starting pitcher. There were some arguments in baseball that Reynolds wasn't perhaps the take the bull by the horns #1 starter that you needed in the postseason. But they quickly went out and got themselves Randy Johnson. That'll solve that problem. Swing and a miss, strike 3 by Gutierrez.
Pitches out on the outside corner from Brad Woodall here in the first inning. Looks like the sinker goes down and away from Gutierrez. Tries to pull it. Second consecutive strikeout for Woodall. Woodall tries to mix it up in and out, not so much up and down. Goes with the slider, good sinker, 4-seamer. He gives up the home runs when he makes a mistake with that 4-seamer trying to come in.
There's Derek Bell now. A couple of strikeouts have started tonight's for Brad Woodall. Brewer pitching has done a nice job on Derek Bell. He was hot coming into the series. Cooled him off. He's 0 for 8 in the past couple of nights here. And as a part of a trend, is just 2 for 19 against Brewer pitching all season long. And recall that these series have come on the heels of very hot batting streaks by Derek Bell. One hop to Vigna. And Woodall takes care of the Astros in order in the bottom of the first. We head to the second from the Space City. The Brewers and Astros are scoreless.
Introducing the Golden Corral 7-Day Dinner Cruise, a different dinner theme every night. Monday is Seafood Extravaganza. Tuesday, Sizzles with Applewood Bacon. Wednesday is our Hickory Bourbon Grill. It's all on our endless buffet, all for around $10. Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
When it comes to going bald, you now have a choice. Advances in medical science have resulted in the world's first and only permanent solution to hair loss.
It is your real hair. It's your natural hair. You wash it, you cut it, you swim with it.
Bosley is the world's most experienced hair restoration experts, having pioneered virtually every major advancement in the art and science of hair restoration.
I'm very satisfied, very happy with what I've done. This has got to be one of the best decisions I've made in my life, I'll tell you that.
Bosley Hair Restoration is a relatively simple outpatient procedure. The results look completely natural, and it's affordable on nearly any budget. Call the toll-free number now to receive your free, no-obligation information kit that will help you decide if hair restoration at Bosley is right for you. You don't have to accept going bald. Do something about it right now.
Call 1-800-987-8296. That's 1-800-987-8296. Call now.
John Jaha leads off the Brewers' second against Randy Johnson and gets a hold of his third career hit against a big unit. Johnny was just 2 for 24 lifetime against Johnson prior to this inning opening base hit.
Well, again, early in the count, second pitch delivered by Randy Johnson right down the middle. Jaha able to shoot it up the middle. They talked about Jim Lefevre talking about how to approach Randy Johnson. He said you have to think you have 2 strikes on each pitch. Loosen up a little bit, spread the stance out somewhat. You don't have to take a big swing against Randy Johnson. He'll supply all the power for you.
Here's Marquise Grissom now with Jaha first. You know, it's certainly worth pointing out that Jim Lefevre is perhaps among the most qualified to approach Randy Johnson as he managed the big unit early in Johnson's career as a Mariner in the early 90s for a couple of seasons. 1-2.
Matter of fact, Jim Lefevre was the manager of Seattle when they made the trade to get Randy Johnson. He knows a little bit about him, saw his progress. One thing he did say about Randy, if he's got his good stuff, it doesn't matter what you do up there. It's going to be a long night.
Well, Randy Johnson as a Seattle Mariner lifetime against the Brewers 12-4 with a 3.38 ERA. That's in 19 games. Last year he was just flat out dominant against the Brewers. Won all 3 of his starts.
You see he goes with the slider, a little backdoor slider, just did miss the outside corner. It'll be interesting to see how Jerry Meals calls the strike zone for Johnson tonight, given the fact that they've already had a shouting match. The plate might get a little bit smaller.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Grissom with Jaha first. Fastball misses high. Johnson still looks very frustrated with what's happening behind the plate.
Well, this pitch didn't miss by much either. He didn't give him the outside corner, and he doesn't give him the pitch at the belt. Oh, where is it?
3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Jaha's running on the pitch, and he's out by plenty at second base. Double play, strike him out, throw him out.
Well, the Astros have done a heck of a job throwing out base runners this year at a 42% clip. Even with Randy Johnson on the mound, Phil Garner sending his base runners on 3-2 pitches, trying to stay out of the double play. Backfired on him that time. Look at that throw by Brad Ausmus. Knew he didn't have to hurry. Perfect throw to second base.
Mark Newfield the batter now. Strike 1 to Newfield. Newfield's hitless in the series, 0 for 3. Got into last night's as a pinch hitter late. And quickly he's in the hole, 0-2. Randy Johnson's a type of pitcher that likes to pace his own game. Working quickly, the 0-2 misses inside, and that's another reason why he was frustrated over the strike zone, because Jerry Meals was taking some of that pace away from him in addition to strike calls.
And that's something the Brewers ought to think about.
Makes quick work of Mark Newfield and makes quick work of the Brewers in the second. Couple of strikeouts for Johnson in the second inning. 1.5 gone, scoreless.
Ball drive. If it stays there, home run. Junior goes back to the track. The wall makes the catch. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3. He did it. His first complete game is a shutout.
2009 MLB First Year Player Draft, live from MLB Network Studio 42. The dream begins Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, only on MLB Network.
How is he standing? Oh my goodness! Trying to ground and pound. Big shot. Wow! It's time for war!
UFC 2
2009 Undisputed. Available now, rated T for teen.
Jeff Bagwell leads things off against Brad Woodall here in the bottom half of the second inning. It's Ed Meady, Bagwell, Alou, Hidalgo triumvirate here in the bottom of the second for Houston. Scoreless, an inning and a half into it tonight. Nice to have you with us on Midwest Sports Channel this evening. Brewers trying to snap out of this road funk. They have dropped the first two in the series here against Houston. These two teams going at it for a third straight night tonight in front of an estimated 40,000 plus fans here at the Astrodome. (3-0) on Jeff Bagwell, and if Brad Woodall is going to be careful with him, it's certainly understandable after watching his heroics of a night ago. Missed only the double in the cycle combination at the plate.
And you don't have to throw this guy strikes to have him hurt you. And the home run that he hit against Bronswell Patrick was just about at his head. And there's a guy that used to throw some strikes, strike some people out. The Express, Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, I've heard of that guy before.
Yeah.
That's that Advil guy. Nolan Ryan in the house. You got to like that. There's ball 4 to Bagwell. That's the Astros' first base runner tonight against Brad Woodall. They have the leadoff hitter aboard here in the bottom of the second.
And you think of Nolan Ryan's down there talking to his son, saying, I used to throw harder than that big lefty out there.
Here's Moises Alou now, runner at first base to start things against Woodall. Lined into the corner and fair. That's trouble. Bagwell scurrying into third. They're going to hold him at third base. How hot is Moises Alou? He is now 6 for 10 against the Brewers. He's homered in each of the first 2 games of the series, and in his first at-bat here tonight, a ringing double into left.
Well, one of the best clutch hitters on this ball club, and the best clutch hitter amongst a lot of clutch hitters is saying something. Lined out the shortstop to end the bottom of the 8th inning, or the ball game would have been over at that point. As you mentioned, red hot, hitting the ball very hard even when he makes outs.
Here's Richard Hidalgo now. He was 3 for 4 last night with an RBI. Astros have ducks on the pond here with nobody out in the bottom of the second. Houston trying to become the first to score this evening. Oh yeah, in front is Hidalgo, 1-1. Richard Hidalgo has gotten the nod in center field in all 3 games of this series in favor of Carl Everett, who is banged up on a day-to-day injury basis.
Well, Carl Everett's having a pretty good season. It's a nice luxury for Larry Durkin to be able to rest Everett mid-August, give him a rest once in a while, and have a guy like Hidalgo come in there and get 3 base hits like he did last night. You mentioned this team is very deep. They got a very good bench, a lot of veterans coming off the bench. Bill Spires, Dave Clark, Pete Icavilla, Inky back in the big leagues.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Richard Hidalgo. Ground ball to third and foul. Well, Richard Hidalgo has not exactly been a picture of health this season. He missed significant time this year. His separated right shoulder. Chased after a ball at Coors Field at the end of May. Cost him some time on the DL. But it's worked out that when Hidalgo has been banged up, Everett's been able to go out there and vice versa. 2-2 is jerked foul by plenty.
That's ordinarily when Brad Woodall gives up those home runs, when he tries to shoot the inside corner. That's what he did that time, and Hidalgo really got the head out. You miss out over the plate when you come inside, you're asking for trouble.
Full count now, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Sean Berry waiting on deck for Houston. He has been on fire on this homestand for the Astros. Really no pitching around anybody these days here against this club. Here's a payoff home to Hidalgo. Swung on a comebacker. Woodall goes to third, and they've got Bagwell hung up off the bag. Nicely done by Brad Woodall. Jeff Bagwell getting a little too aggressive off third base, and Woodall gets a lead runner. Big break for the Brewers.
Yeah, with the infield back, Jeff Bagwell was thinking all along, if his ball's hit on the ground, I'm taking off. Unfortunately, the only time you don't do that is to a ball right back to the pitcher. Good reactions by Woodall. Quick throw to Cirillo, and they get him. Oh, a base running mistake. Let's see if the Brewers can take advantage of it. Not going to see Jeff Bagwell make a mistake like that.
But now Woodall's in a spot where if he can get Sean Berry to hit the ball on the ground, he can get out of the inning. Here is Berry. Yesterday he was inserted in as a pinch hitter and drew a base on balls. He was 3 for 4 on Monday, including that game-winning 3-run home run in the 8th inning.
Well, Sean Berry was the guy in the bottom of the 9th inning that it appeared that Bob Wickman struck out on a 3-2 pitch. It was a slider in the dirt. Tried to check his swing. Jerry Mills said he didn't. Ended up scoring the tying run in the 9th inning. It's one of many strange plays in that 9th inning last night.
Really appeared last night that the Brewers were fighting a stacked deck, trying to keep that 5-4 lead alive. Houston tied it in the 9th. They won it in the 10th.
Phil Garner said that he's not saying that the Brewers would have won had that call been made against Sean Berry. He just said it made it a little bit more easier for the Astros to tie the game. No excuses from Phil Garner. You're never going to hear those. Bob Wickman didn't give any excuses either.
Woodall behind Berry, 3 balls and no strikes. Catcher Brad Ausmus waiting on deck for the Astros. There's a strike 3 and 1. How hot is Sean Berry? This month of August has seen his numbers skyrocket, and you can really trace it back to the 1st of July. Since July 1, he's batting .469 with 4 of his 9 home runs. Runners go on the next pitch. He throws the bat on the swing and miss. Throw to third, not in time.
Now that looked like a hit and run on a 3-1 pitch. Not very often you're going to see that. Sean Berry trying to protect the runners. 3-1 second inning hit and run. How about that? Good sinker. Sean Berry throws the bat, hammer throw into left field.
He got some distance on that too.
Moise Alou stole that base easily.
Well, so it's a full count for Sean Berry now with first base open and 1 away. You know Woodall's going to be careful with him here. A bat. This one gets into the stands, and instead of getting out of the way, a number of fans going after it, and they breed them tough down here, huh? We saw that same thing happen in Phoenix, and people scattered out of the way. Not down here in Texas, man. They went after it.
Wow. Good pitching by Brad Woodall. A couple of sinkers on Sean Berry. Second time in a row he lets the bat go, and he got good distance. Maybe the furthest we've seen a bat go this year.
The Brewers will choose to intentionally walk Brad Ausmus to face the pitcher Randy Johnson, who is not one of your better hitting pitchers. He'll be the first one to admit that to you.
Yeah. Not very comfortable with a bat in his hand. Well, this is a good move by Phil Garner. The only move really that you can make. Brad Ausmus, a very good hitter. You got the pitcher on deck with 2 outs. No brainer.
This all made possible after Woodall was able to strike out Sean Berry. Sinker was low. There's no way he was going to come in with any kind of fastball. But he got Berry to offer at it. And now the table is set. 2 away, bases loaded. And Randy Johnson steps into the batter's box to a standing ovation here in Houston.
Is that the biggest strike zone in baseball?
Gotta be. It's gotta be.
That's about a 5-foot strike zone right there. Randy Johnson, what, 6'10"?
6'10". So you're working with, yeah, about a 5-foot strike zone. Randy Johnson's been taking a lot of BP ever since we got to the Astrodome the past 3 days now. And if you watch closely, you watch a pattern. He's out on his front foot every single swing. And look at Nolan Ryan laughing at him.
He remembers.
He got him swinging. I guess he fouled it away.
Yeah.
3 thrown bats in the inning.
Well, if you're not used to hitting, you can go one of 2 ways. You can take until you might get a walk once in a while, or take on one of those monopoly things. Do not pass go. Ball come out of the hand and you're swinging. That's Randy Johnson's theory.
All right, so it's still 0-2 on the big unit. Woodall delivers ball 1, and you'd think Johnson just hit it out of here. Zip. There's a 1-2. He got him swinging. Astros had runners at second and third with nobody out. And Brad Woodall avoids damage in the second. A scoreless frame by the Brewers starter.
We like to establish our dominance with a fastball.
Make sure you're getting up over your front leg.
We throw inside when we have to, and we don't listen to that.
The major leagues down to the minor details. Major League Baseball 2K9. Rated E for everyone.
MLB Tonight. Full coverage of Randy Johnson's try for 300 wins.
Swung on and missed. Strike 3.
With live look-ins from D.C. Plus, our analysts take on whether he'll be the last to do it. MLB Tonight at 6 Eastern on MLB Network. MLB Network is on the go to a new town every week, here on your new home for Thursday Night Baseball, driven by Chevy.
What a play! It is caught!
All-Star contenders Alfonso Soriano and Chipper Jones slug it out as the Cubs take on the Braves. Thursday night at 7 Eastern on MLB Network.
I'm Josh Beckett. I'm John Lester. I'm Mike Lowe of the Boston Red Sox. And you're watching MLB Network. MLB Network. Our national pastime.
All the time. Kids, Saturday, August 22nd is Lay's Pick and Save Lunch Bag Night. See the Brewers take on the Padres, and the first 12,000 kids 14 and under receive a Brewers insulated lunch bag. That's compliments of Lay's potato chips and Pick and Save.
Mike Matheny leads off the third for the Brewers. Sits a little comebacker to Johnson, and Matheny is retired to start the third.
Well, attack Randy Johnson early. That seems to be the philosophy of the Brewers tonight. Took a little bit off. Randy Johnson will sink the fastball, particularly when he's down 3-1, maybe on the first pitch. Just trying to get a strike, maybe an early out. Guy that strikes out a lot of hitters will throw a lot of pitches throughout the course of a game.
Here's Brad Woodall now, and Woodall takes strike 1. You saw the lofty offensive numbers from Brad Woodall. He can hit a little bit. Did a fine job getting out of trouble in the bottom of the second inning. Johnson makes quick work of Woodall for his third strikeout of the evening.
Well, there's that good sharp slider from Johnson. Almost impossible to catch up to. You're not used to hitting off of a guy like Randy Johnson. Hard fastball. You've got to sit fastball. Then he throws that pitch on you. You really don't have a chance when he throws it there.
Two gone for Vigna. This has been an unusual season for Randy Johnson. The trade in and of itself certainly classify this season as unusual. First season away from Seattle in some time. He made it very clear he wanted 3 more years on his contract with the Mariners. The Mariners responded by saying, we're not going to talk to you, if ever, till after the season is over. A lot of distractions in Seattle to start the season. And it led to some really unusually poor performances from Randy Johnson, who's come to expect a lot from himself.
Well, this is particularly tough duty for Fernando Vigna tonight. That slider starts almost behind Fernando and ends up on the outside corner. Hey, you're right. The Seattle Mariners very leery about Randy Johnson, particularly his health. They knew that he can throw the baseball when he's healthy, but he's had a lot of back problems in the last few years. And they just weren't ready to commit a lot of money to a long-term contract for him. They just weren't sure if he was going to be able to stick it out.
Well, Randy Johnson 34 this year, and the Mariners feeling as though perhaps his best years were behind him. And you know that's the kind of thing that's going to just motivate a guy like Randy Johnson, who is a very intense competitor. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Vigna, batting with the bases empty and 2 gone here in the top of the 3rd. Heads up. How did that not get somebody?
Well, look like everybody's okay. Well, you got to be really alive when you got a guy like Johnson throwing very hard. A lot of balls are going to come whistling over those dugouts. Guys swinging late. And Fernando hit that one like a rocket.
2-2 line DiVigio, and that'll do it for the Brewers in the 3rd. Johnson gets him in order. Through 2.5, scoreless.
What's great about MLB Tonight is that you will see every big play.
He stole home! MLB Tonight is an opportunity to do live look-ins and learn about baseball.
Let's go inside the park right now to Colorado. Off to AT&T Park we go.
We take you to Wrigley Field.
This is live baseball you're watching right now.
The live look-ins are great because whether it be a big home run or a big strikeout, we get to pop inside the game live to see it happen when it happens.
MLB Tonight at 6 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
People think that Honda is always the most fuel-efficient choice. Well, the Chevy Cobalt XFE has better highway mileage than a comparable Honda Civic. The Chevy Traverse has better mileage than a Honda Pilot. And Chevy Malibu has better mileage than Accord. Go figure. However, Honda does make something that we just can't compete with. It's self-propelled. There's never been more reasons to look at Chevy.
I thought a complete multivitamin was enough, until I learned 1 in 3 men will face prostate issues. And One A Day Men's has more selenium than Centrum to support prostate health. And it supports heart health. That works for me.
One A Day Men's.
Scoreless as we move to the bottom of the 3rd. It's the top of the order here for the Astros. Biggio, Gutierrez, and Bell against Brad Woodall. Craig Biggio, a strikeout victim to start the bottom of the 1st inning tonight. 2 for 7 in the series here against the Brewers. Been a noteworthy season for Craig Biggio on a couple of fronts already. Very early in the season, he became the Astros' all-time leader in runs scored. He scored his 891st Astro run to pass Cesar Cedeno on the all-time list here.
He scored a boatload of them last year, didn't he? An opportunity to set the all-time National League record.
The 5th home run of the series by the Astros has allowed them to strike first tonight. 1-0 Houston.
Well, that's been the problem for Brad Woodall all season long. That's the 21st home run he's given up this year. He doesn't give up a lot of base hits. He does give up the long ball quite a bit. And of the 21 home runs, 15 have been solo shots with nobody on base. Tried to get the slider in on his hands, and Biggio just dropped ahead. He knew he got all of it.
Ricky Gutierrez, the batter now, with a drive into the corner and right. That chases Jackson, and Gutierrez is into second with a stand-up double. Well, I'll tell you, when these guys get hot, it happens all of a sudden, like back-to-back home runs yesterday by Bagwell and Alou. A number of hits followed the back-to-back home run binge. And before you knew it, the game was tied, and Bronswell Patrick was out of the affair.
Well, one thing you have to remember when a pitcher comes out after another team that they haven't seen a whole lot, first time through the order is normally the easiest. The hitters really don't know what the pitcher has. That second time through the order, particularly with a veteran ball club, a little bit more difficult. You've really got to change up your pattern. Can't stay the same way. These guys remember what they got out on.
Derek Bell, the batter now. Grounded out back in the first. A run in here on the Biggio home run. A runner at second base with nobody out.
Well, the baseball theory is when a pitcher hasn't seen a hitter and a hitter hasn't seen a pitcher, normally the advantage goes to the pitcher, at least early. Somebody has to make an adjustment.
Two balls and no strikes on Bell. Jeff Bagwell waiting on deck. Moises Alou in the hold. We talked a little bit last night about some of the experimentation that Bell has gone through the past couple of years with his batting stance. Man of a million stances is what the Astros have called him the past couple of years. Batting coach Tom McCraw has got him on the same page on every pitch count in every situation, and it's really led to some great consistency out there for Bell. There's ball four.
You talk about different kinds of batting stances. It's one thing to change a batting stance from time to time. A lot of hitters will do that. Remember, Cal Ripken is probably one of the best known of changing his batting stance from year to year, but Bell would do it from pitch to pitch, at bat to at bat. You just can't do that. And he certainly found it this year. Back in 1996, he flirted with the National League batting title for a while, but the last couple of years really hasn't been as consistent as he was that year.
Derek Bell had so many stances, he even had pet names for them. He had one he called the Sheffield. It was a Gary Sheffield-like approach, who was actually a Little League teammate of his when they grew up in Tampa together. Those two guys have been friends for years. He had one he called the shoulder. He had one with two strikes. It's all the same now, and it means trouble for the rest of the National League. Speaking of exaggerated batting stance, here's Jeff Bagwell now. Runners at first and second. Ball and no strikes on Bagwell. A couple of runners aboard for him here with nobody out. A run in for the Astros in the third. There's an article in this morning's Houston Chronicle talking about Jeff Bagwell's season and about how there have been a couple of bats more productive than his for the first time here in Houston in some years. It's allowed Jeff Bagwell to enjoy himself a little more this year. In the past, on the occasion that he has struggled, he really took it hard because he felt as though he was letting his teammates down because so much of this offense relied on him. But now with guys like Alou and Bell, if Bagwell is cold on that occasion, he can still relax and not press because he knows that someone else is going to pick up the slack for him.
And this ball club is filled with guys who can carry the team for a week or 10 days. Bagwell cools off a little bit. Moise Alou picks it up. Derek Bell. You got Biggio over there. Sean Burke. Sean Berry's been hot lately. It's just not one guy. One guy can't do it all season long.
Bagwell behind Woodall here, a ball and 2 strikes.
The amazing thing about this Houston Astro ball club, very much of a veteran ball club. And talking to these guys, the one thing that they say, all of them, they push each other. They push each other very hard to stay in the lineup every day and give 100%. Not afraid to get on each other's case a little bit.
Fly ball into right center. Darren Jackson's there for it. And there's one away here in the bottom of the 3rd.
A lot of folks that float around the batting cage before the ball games call this somewhat of a throwback ball club. Throwback to the 70s, early 80s, where guys used to get on each other a little bit. Don't see that a whole lot anymore with ball clubs. Moise Alou might get in the face of somebody who he doesn't think is giving 100%, or vice versa.
So much of that has to do with the guy at the top. Larry Dierker is so much of a throwback as a manager. One of the first things he did when he came here prior to last year is that he said all my starters are going to start looking more towards complete games and less towards the bullpen. Alou way out in front that time.
Yeah, how about that swing? Little change up, took something off that sinker. Moise Alou with a half-hearted swing. Hey, check this out. On a first pitch, that's normally a pitch that you might swing at with 2 strikes, just trying to protect the plate, but Woodall really fooled him on that one.
Woodall set. Here's the lefty's 0-1 home. That misses inside. 1-1.
When you're talking about a team policing itself, you're talking about players doing it. It means a lot more coming from a player when somebody is told that they're not doing the job than it does from a coach or a manager. Larry Dierker has a much easier job with guys around like that.
Alou lifts a fly ball into left. Newfield's got a beat on it. 2 out. Richard Hidalgo the batter now. He reached on that fielder's choice back in the 2nd. He would steal second base on that double steal play. Brad Woodall's done a nice job early in this one so far tonight with runners on base. He left him loaded back in the 2nd. Bear in mind he had runners at 2nd and 3rd with nobody out and avoided any damage. Here he's got runners at 1st and 2nd now with 2 away.
Well, coming into the ball game, Woodall has been very effective pitching with men on 2nd and 3rd. Runners in scoring position. Batter is only hitting .219 against Woodall. That hasn't been his problem. We've mentioned many times what Brad Woodall's problem is when he gives up runs. It's home runs. The good news is he doesn't give them up ordinarily with runners on base. Bad news is there's just too many of them. You talk to Don Rowe about that. He says it's just a matter of a young pitcher trying to make a good pitch, making a mistake with it. So he'll learn.
And you're not going to find a bigger fan of Brad Woodall than Don Rowe. Don Rowe has said rather candidly that if you put Brad Woodall in a rotation with a couple of real horses, with a lineup behind him that's going to score 5 or 6 runs a day, you've got a 15 to 20 game winner.
Yes, you do.
Two balls and a strike on Richard Hidalgo. 1-0 Houston on the Biggio home run here in the bottom of the 3rd. Two and 2. One final in the National League earlier this afternoon. Cubs destroyed the Giants 10-2. Steve Traxel over Kirk Reeder. Everybody else either in progress now or set to go later on tonight.
the Cubs find themselves 1/2 game behind the Mets in that wild card race. Cubs had a comfortable lead there for a while, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Mets have gotten hot.
Payoff home is swung on a missed, strike 3. Woodall strikes out Hidalgo to get out of trouble in the third. Brad Woodall has stranded 5. At the end of 3, 1-0 Astros.
Why watch TV on Saturday night? MLB Network brings you 30 amazing reasons.
Hitting out, ball game! It's the catch! Oh, baby!
Saturday Night Baseball on MLB Network. The best reason to stay home on the weekends. Saturday, star outfielders look to spell victory in Oakland as the O's' Adam Jones looks to stop Matt Holliday and the A's. Orioles versus Athletics on Saturday Night Baseball. Saturday, live at 9 Eastern on MLB Network.
What's this?
It's a promise. One day we'll have our own place.
Being there, it's about protecting what you have and reaching for your dreams. Talk to a State Farm agent and start planning today.
Ah, that hits the spot. It's drinkability. Means Bud Light is good wherever you are. If you're at a party, or playing golf, like those guys, or at the bar.
Draw another door.
Don't say draw.
Never filling, always refreshing. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
7 aces.
Randy Johnson making his 3rd start as a Houston Astro. He is undefeated in the Astro uniform. This is his 2nd home start here for the Astros. His first was widely attended. As we mentioned in our broadcast open, it was the largest regular season crowd ever to watch an Astros game.
Not a bad crowd tonight. Hard to guess the crowd here, isn't it?
It is tough to judge. I wouldn't know how to begin. They were expecting, speaking of the Astros front office people and some of the ticket folks we talked to today, they were expecting just over 40. See if in fact that's what happens. Ball and 2 strikes on Loretta.
Right here, bud. Give it to me, bud. Thank you. Appreciate it.
A lot of folks here, huh?
Very quiet right now. Hit a couple of strikes on a hitter, though. They get riled up a bit.
Loretta pops into center for Hidalgo. 1 out here in the 4th.
It's Bank One Family Day, Sunday, August 23rd, as the Brewers take on the Padres. Bring the whole family out to the ballpark for just $23. You see 4 upper grandstand tickets, 4 sodas, and 4 hot dogs, but tickets must be purchased in advance by calling 933-9000.
1 gone for Jeff Cirillo now. Jeff with that .322 average, it finds him amongst the top 10. Grounded back up the middle and through. Brewers have their 2nd hit of the night against Randy Johnson.
A lot of first pitch swing by the Brewers tonight, and that's exactly what Jim Lafever was talking about on our open. You don't want to get to 2 strikes, get behind Randy Johnson, you find yourself in big trouble, but early in the count, he's just going to try and get ahead of you. That's when you normally get your best pitches to hit.
Jeff's had good success against Johnson over the years, batting well over 300 against the unit. 7 for 20. Darren Jackson also with a healthy career line against Randy Johnson. He is 5 for 14.
Ordinarily, guys that have success against hard throwers are guys that just try and make contact, not have big swings, try to jack the ball out of the ballpark. Johnson's fastball will generate all the power that you need to get him out of the ballpark. Loosen up a little bit, spread your stance out, try and get on top of the baseball. You've got a chance.
1-1 on Darren Jackson.
Of course, getting on top of the fastball is a lot easier to say than do. Especially when it's coming in about 97, 98.
You know, part of this equation that really has not been visited much is what has happened in Seattle since Randy Johnson has left. Cirillo running on the pitch. Jackson punches it into right. It chases Bell into the corner. He gets there to put it away. Jeff's got to hustle to get back to first base, and there are 2 gone here in the 4th.
Darren Jackson hit that ball right on the screws. Hit it well, but Derek Bell able to run it down. Cirillo got deked at second base. Well, second base umpire Wally Bell said that Cirillo did not retouch the bag, and he just got called out end of the inning. Watch Derek Bell able to run it down in the corner, tries to get Cirillo at first base. Cirillo had run past second base, and when you do that, you've got to retouch the bag.
Jeff's not happy about it. Neither is Phil Garner. And the 2 converge on Wally Bell, the second base umpire, to try and straighten things out. Going to be tough to reverse this call. Everybody's already off the field.
Well, Wally Bell saying that Cirillo never touched second base after he went by it. Not sure if we have a good camera angle on it, but that's what Wally Bell is saying. That goes down as a double play. Watch Jeff Cirillo. He's going to get deked a little bit at second base. There he goes. He touches the bag, and no, he didn't. He touched the bag and kind of hopped over it, never retouched it. Not a bad call by Wally Bell. It's kind of splitting hairs, but that's the rule. He didn't go by much, but enough.
Why is it raining? Who's the rain?
Roger that.
No rain, no rainbows.
Could you tell us what's going on? Yeah, your cake is en route, the tulips just arrived, and the groom is...
He's getting cold feet.
I'm okay. No, I'm not.
Look, we gotta go now. The light's perfect.
I need the stunt groom now. What's a stunt groom?
Jackpot.
Get work done now. Nextel Direct Connect with GPS tracking. Only on the Now Network.
Geico's been saving people money on car insurance for over 70 years. And who doesn't want value for their dollar? Been true since the day I made my first dollar. Where is that dollar? I got it out to show you.
Was it rather old and wrinkly?
Yeah, you saw it?
Fancy a crisp?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Junior goes back to the track. The wall makes the catch. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3. He did it. His first complete game is a shutout.
The 2009 MLB first-year player draft. Live from MLB Network's Studio 42. The dream begins Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
Here's the pitch on the way. A swing and a belt.
Left field. Way back.
You've been too far from the action for too long. MLB Network is expanding the zone. Now broadcasting in full high definition 24 hours a day. All the action, all the analysis, all the amazing baseball in full widescreen HD, 24/7, 365. See our national pastime like you've never seen it before. MLB Network in HD. It's a whole new ballgame.
We got to get you away from the late night spread, man. Buttons popping off your shirt.
Man alive. Belt ripping off.
Sean Berry leads things off here in the 4th inning for the Astros. Berry, Osmus, and Johnson here against Brad Woodall. An unusual end to the top of the 4th. I don't know that I've ever seen that call made, especially when it's kind of in ticky-tack fashion there.
Yeah, that could have gone either way.
There's a drive well hit into left center. It chases Grissom all the way to the track. It bounds off the base of the wall. Berry on his way in his second standing. That's the 3rd Astro double of the night.
I'd much rather Sean Berry get that double this inning as opposed to when he batted with the bases loaded. Fastball down, right down the middle, right around the knees. Sean Berry goes down and gets it and hammers it into the gap. There's that four-seam fastball that Brad Woodall from time to time won't get too much of home plate with.
Here's Brad Ausmus now, the catcher, batting with the runner at second base to start the inning. Ausmus was walked intentionally in the second. That loaded the bases. It fouled into the corner and left. Been kind of a feast or famine first couple of times through the lineup for Brad Woodall. Either he's got guys throwing the bat way out in front, swinging and missing, or he's had some balls hit very hard off him.
A lot of times it takes different hitters a little bit longer to adjust to somebody that they haven't seen much of. But sooner or later they make adjustments to big league hitters. And it's up to Mike Matheny and Brad Woodall to change it up a little bit as they go through the lineup. Each time you go through the lineup, you have to work hitters a little bit differently. They'll remember how they pitched to them each time. You got to do something different. That's why it's very difficult to get through a game 3 and 4 times.
Two and 2 on Ausmus. We mentioned there was a National League final from this afternoon. That was the Cubs beating the Giants in San Francisco 10-2. A number of finals from the American League, including Baltimore staying red hot, shutting out Tampa Bay 7-0. Scott Erickson over Wilson Alvarez. Speaking of staying hot, the Yankees destroy Minnesota 11-2. David Cohn over LaTroy Hawkins. That team is just an absolute juggernaut.
Yeah. They're not just winning, they're winning big. What did they win, 9-0 yesterday? Mike Matheny making sure that Sean Berry stays right at second base. Good block.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Brad Ausmus.
There's not much doubt who the best team in the American League is, the New York Yankees, but there's a lot of debate going on which team is best in the National League. San Diego, Houston, is it Atlanta?
And that one doinks him right on the back of the leg.
Again, the mistakes that Woodall makes are with that fastball that he tries to come inside on. You can see him. He didn't want to miss out over the plate. Look how far inside that pitch is. Very difficult to pitch inside in the big leagues. You get too much at home plate, they hammer the baseball, you throw it a little bit too far inside, and you hit somebody.
And Randy Johnson will have his second at-bat of the night. He is 0 for 8 as a National Leaguer officially. They're looking for him to bunt. The corners come in. You know, we brought this up last inning. Not a whole lot of attention has been paid to what is going on in Seattle now in the immediate post-Randy Johnson era. Both of the prospects that the Mariners acquired from Houston for Johnson are in AAA Tacoma. And it's going to be perhaps a number of years before they really contribute significantly to the big league level. That's got to be the kind of trade that fans really have trouble understanding in Seattle.
Yeah. Kind of shell-shocked, aren't they?
Johnson gets a bunt down. It's a good one. Jaha goes into third, and they get the lead runner anyway. Throw back to first, and they double off the unit.
Yeah, Randy Johnson gave up as he ran down to first base. Once he saw Jaha make the throw to third, he kind of slowed down. Well, that's the third time we've seen that double play turn this year. A couple of times against the Brewers. And watch Randy Johnson. He's just watching what's going on at third base. Mark Loretta obviously realizes what's going on and gets Randy by a step. Well, you got to run hard all the way down the line because that's going to be an easy double play for Mark Loretta. He was shocked. And they get him by a half a step. Half a step for Randy Johnson. What, about 3 feet?
Boy, Loretta had time to react and hesitate. And still get it done. And now it's Craig Biggio. That's a big play for the Brewers.
Well, basically a routine 3-6-4 double play. That'll go down as a grounded into double play for the Brewers.
Top of the order, Craig Biggio now. Well, Randy Johnson still very unfamiliar with this hitting as a pitcher deal. A couple of interleague games, some spring training games, and that's about it.
Probably shocked he made contact, huh?
Biggio lines into center. Grissom coming on. It drops in front of him. Osmus will score from second, and that makes it 2-0 Houston.
Craig Biggio goes by that theory of do not pass go, just like some of the Brewers tonight. Swinging at that first pitch. He swung at the first pitch his last time up. Does it again here. Fastball up in the strike zone, and Biggio with a second base hit. Biggio a strikeout victim in the first, homered in the third. And Biggio with his second RBI and as many at-bats.
Astros on top 2-0. Tough to keep a guy like Craig Biggio quiet for more than 2 games. The Brewers had some success against him Monday and Tuesday, but he's really making his mark tonight.
Well, Craig Biggio with 36 stolen bases on the year. You got to figure he might want to try and steal a base here with 2 outs.
Gutierrez bounces to shortstop. Loretta to Vina. That'll do it in the 4th for the Astros. Houston tacks on another run, however, at the end of 4 complete. 2-0 Astros.
MLB Tonight. Full coverage of Randy Johnson's try for 300 wins.
Swung on and missed. Strike 3.
With live look-ins from D.C. Plus, our analysts take on whether he'll be the last to do it. MLB Tonight at 6 Eastern on MLB Network.
Introducing the Golden Corral 7-Day Dinner Cruise, a different dinner theme every night. Friday is our famous fish fry. Saturday is date night for beef lovers, and Sunday is Carver's Table. It's all on our endless buffet, all for around $10. Golden Corral, help yourself to happiness.
Pizza. We got pizza. I'm John with Papa John. Oh my God. Hey.
Papa's in the house.
How about some Papa John pizza?
Papa's got something for every taste. The meats, loaded with 5 real meats. Or our Tuscan 6 cheese. Your choice, just $10.99 each for a large.
Papa John.
The meats are Tuscan 6 cheese, $10.99 each.
Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John.
Welcome back to MLB Network Presents All-Time Games. It was quite ironic that Randy Johnson was traded to the Houston Astros midway through the '98 season. After all, it was arguably the greatest baseball star the state of Texas has ever known, who the big unit credits in part for saving his career. Following early career struggles when he couldn't harness his dominant arsenal, Randy Johnson points to a one-on-one bullpen session with Hall of Famer Nolan Ryan late in the '92 season, with enabling him to corral his mechanics. The following season, the big unit won 19 games with the first of his 7 300-plus strikeout seasons. Johnson continues to mow him down in Houston in this 1998 affair as we send you back out to the Astrodome. Stros leading the Brewers in the top of the 5th, 2-0.
John Jaha leads things off against Randy Johnson here in the 5th. Jaha, Grissom, and Newfield. 0-2 to JJ, misses Hyde. Well, it's our pleasure to welcome into the booth the general manager of the Houston Astros, Mr. Jerry Hunsaker, who is got to be watching this one almost like a proud father after having consummated maybe the biggest deal of the 1998 season, acquiring Randy Johnson from the Seattle Mariners. Big crowd here in Houston once again tonight. This has got to be a nice time for you.
Yeah, it's a lot of excitement here in this city. It's not very often that this franchise has been able to acquire a celebrity talent like this, so the fans aren't used to it, and it's been an overwhelming response.
Marquise Grissom now the batter for the Brewers, 1 away.
Is Randy Johnson the kind of guy that can take this team into the World Series, not just get into the postseason, but Randy Johnson's the kind of guy that can really propel this ball club to a world championship?
Well, there's been a lot of expectation here with the addition of Randy Johnson, but if you've been around the game long enough, which you guys obviously have, you know that getting into postseason is one thing, getting to the World Series is yet another. An awful lot of things have to go right to get to the World Series. I think Randy Johnson gives us an addition that will allow us to compete on equal footing with just about everybody that we might face in postseason.
A lot of people in the baseball world, Jerry, were surprised when Houston snuck up on the Indians and the Yankees and the rest of those big market teams and acquired Randy Johnson. Is it the kind of thing that surprised people here within the operation? Were you guys lying in the grass the whole time waiting to strike? How did that occur?
Yeah, I think that was one of the fun things for me, that we were able to pull it off because nobody expected it. In fact, we talk a lot about the fact that we seem to operate in obscurity down here in Houston. From a national standpoint, there's very little that's usually said about this organization. I think the fact that almost from its inception that it has had financial difficulties and not able to compete. Looks like we got a little excitement down there in the field, don't we?
I tell you, Jerry Mills has had a couple of rough nights for the Milwaukee Brewers. Last night with the check swing problems that he had with Phil Garner, and this time he says that Marquise Grissom made an effort to swing at that baseball. Marquise is saying he was just trying to hop out of the way of the baseball, and the bat just came flying through. Well, it's not cut and dry. Just because the bat goes across the plate does not mean it's necessarily a swinging strike. Umpire, in his opinion, has to believe that the hitter was trying to hit the baseball. Now watch what Marquise does. It's a pitch down and in. Watch what happens. Approach to the ball. Is that a swing? Jerry Mills says it is. And Phil Garner had a lot of problems with Jerry Mills last night's ball game. He got thrown out in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Well, that strike's going to stay on the scoreboard, and it's going to be 2-2 to Marquise Grissom. And that'll do it. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
I think it did catch, getting back to our discussion, I do think it caught most everybody in Houston by surprise, as well as nationally, because as I said earlier, that this organization has had financial difficulties almost from its inception back in the 60s, and really not in a position to compete for the high-profile talent. And with the extended losses that Drayton McClain has accumulated since he's purchased the club, I think everybody just resigned themselves to the fact that the Astros really weren't going to do much of anything coming up on the trading deadline.
One of the things that people are asking so much around baseball circles now is Randy Johnson, Houston, great, but because of some of the problems you mentioned beforehand, is that going to be a quick fix? Is he going to stick around here? We might not even have time to discuss that. Can you hang around with us, Jerry?
Sure.
Okay. A very quick 1-2-3 inning by Randy Johnson in the 5th. Midway through tonight's at the Astrodome. Houston on top of the Brewers 2-zip.
In a couple of weeks, he's having problems with his pitching elbow, and team doctors want him to sit a few games.
High pressure system continues to sit over the area, and that's going to mean more.
Once you've dealt with the things that come between you, don't let erectile dysfunction get in the way. Viagra, America's most prescribed ED treatment, can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. To learn more, spend some quality time with Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. Now's the time. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
Well, we watch Randy Johnson strike out the side in the top of the 5th inning. We go to the bottom of the 5th. We continue visiting with Astros general manager Jerry Hunsaker here at the Astrodome. We were talking about the Astros' ability, desire, etc., to perhaps negotiate with Randy Johnson beyond the terms of this season.
Yeah, we really looked at this trade on its merits for the 1998 season. Really have not discussed before or after the trade what we might do after the season. Obviously, it would be a huge financial decision for this organization. And Again, we're focused on 1998. The reason that we did this uncharacteristically for this organization is that we really feel like we've got a special opportunity this year. This arguably is the best team that this franchise has ever put on the field as far as the 8 guys that go out there every day, and we felt like we were that one piece short. This was the perfect fit for us, and we were going to take a shot at it.
Well, the one thing that you hear a lot of people talk about, particularly around the batting cage, is this is a ball club of veteran players that really police themselves. They don't need a whole lot of coaching or a whole lot of monitoring from the managers and the coaches. These guys stay on each other, and they make each other the best player they can be.
I really believe that on a championship caliber club, you've got to have the right leadership. And we really do, starting with Bagwell and Biggio. They play hard every day. They lead by example. We add a Moises Alou, same kind of guy, plays hard every day. And it's been contagious. And you're right, this is almost like autopilot for Larry Dierker many times. You just write the names in the lineup and let it go.
Bagwell one hops to second for Vigna. Well, that leads us to our next question for you. This is your 3rd year here as general manager of the Astros, and so much of the personnel down there on the field, your decision, certainly to bring on a guy who had been in the broadcast booth for a number of years, Larry Dierker, was a decision that was met with a lot of skepticism by some. You've got to be, you and Dirk have got to be the last 2 guys laughing on that, because that is something that has worked out wonderfully. Very aggressive move for you, and you got to be happy with it.
Well, it has worked out well, and I think it really came down to 3 of us who made that decision. Drayton McClain, the owner, and Tal Smith, our president, and myself. And looks like we're going to have another quick inning again. Whoop, thank you.
You just put the kiss of death on it there.
You know, we all know here that we've got to get more out of less. We've got less dollars to spend, and we thought when we decided to make a managerial change, we were going to be creative and unconventional, and it was actually an opportunity for us to generate excitement in the ball club. You never know from year to year what you're going to be able to do as far as the talent you put together. But Larry Dierker was a very popular figure here. He was a very astute baseball man. The insight that he used during his broadcast, for instance, was terrific. In my first year, I can remember going to him almost like a coach and asking for his insight from the booth, and it just became a very natural evolution the more we talked about it.
Jerry Hunsicker, general manager, Houston Astros. Thanks for taking some time and visiting with us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
People think that Honda is always the most fuel-efficient choice. Well, the Chevy Cobalt XFE has better highway mileage than a comparable Honda Civic. The Chevy Traverse has better mileage than a Honda Pilot. And Chevy Malibu has better mileage than Accord. Go figure. However, Honda does make something that we just can't compete with. It's self-propelled. There's never been more reasons to look at Chevy.
Sheffield leading off in the bottom of the 7th. Mets down by a run. And he drives one deep down the left field line. It's out of here! Gary Sheffield with his 500th career home run.
And smoke down the right field line. And the O-Dog is loose. He is around second. He has just hit for the cycle.
Woodall, the 9th man to bat here in the 8th. A high blast to right field. Up, back, gone, a grand slam for Woodall, and the cycle is complete.
We'll show you the big moments as they happen. Let's go live to Los Angeles.
Let's go live to the Metrodome. That's what we do that nobody else can do. We go right inside the park and get there. That's pretty awesome.
Go inside the park on MLB Tonight. That's tonight at 6 Eastern on MLB Network.
Leads off the top of the 6th inning for the Brewers. Grounds to shortstop for Gutierrez. 1 away. Here's what we missed.
Well, the Brewers attacking early again. Slider down and in. Matheny beats it into the ground. Almost looked like Gutierrez was surprised he had the ball in his glove. 6-3 put out.
One away, Brad Woodall, the batter now. Randy Johnson coming off perhaps his most impressive inning tonight in the top of the 5th inning. That's when he struck out Jaha Grissom and Newfield in rather convincing fashion. He blew through the Brewers in the 5th inning. Woodall lines into the opposite field. Bell back on it, and quickly there are 2 away.
Well, Jerry Hunsinger very guarded in his optimism and enthusiasm about the postseason, certainly with Randy Johnson. But who do you know better than Randy Johnson can match up with any team's #1 starter better than he can?
No doubt.
Well, here's our Tires Plus trivia question. Name the famous broadcaster who called a game 200 feet above the dome field in 1965.
I think we know that because we were just given a hint in our ears that we'll pass along to you, the television viewer. Famous for his outrageous blazers.
New York Mets,
among other teams. Yep. Fans of the broadcast medium might be able to pick that one up. I have an answer for you later.
Now, getting back to Randy Johnson, you're talking about a guy in a 5-game series that will pitch twice. Not very often Randy Johnson loses 2 games in a row. 7-game series, he'll pitch 3 times. Gives you a lot better chance of winning in postseason with a guy like him.
Sure does.
That's why he's here.
2 balls and a strike on Vina. And now to 2-2. Remember the '95 postseason after the Mariners had come back to take over the lead from the Angels, trailing by such a large deficit late?
Fernando thought that pitch was high in the strike zone. Jerry Meals getting the business from everybody in this series. Randy Johnson was mad at him back in the 1st. Marquise Grissom had a little bit of an airing out session with him last inning.
Johnson that year, 1995, worked in relief against the Yankees in that upset victory. The Mariners over the Yankees in the shortened 5-game series. He's a gamer in the postseason, all right. Here's the payoff to Vina, swung on and fouled away. Astros on top of the Brewers tonight, 2-zip. 2 runs on 5 hits for Houston. No runs on just 2 hits for the Brewers. 2 hits and a walk. All the Brewer offense has been able to do against Johnson so far. And Vina takes a look at a call, strike 3. 7 strikeouts for the unit tonight through 5 1/2. 2-0 Astros.
Would you one time let me be myself so I can shine with my own light? Let me be myself. Please, would you one time let me be myself so I can shine with my own light? Let me be myself for a while, if you don't mind. Let me be myself. I think that possibly, maybe I'm falling for you. Yes, there's a chance that I've fallen quite hard over you. I've seen the waters that make your eyes shine.
More bars in more places. AT&T, the best coverage worldwide. Buy the LG Xenon messaging phone for $99.99 after mail-in rebate and get one free after mail-in rebate.
Now the Brewers Live Auction is Saturday, August 22nd. Before the Brewers battle it out against the Padres, your chance to bid on and win autographed sports memorabilia begins at 4:30 right next to Gorman's Grill.
Richard Hidalgo leads off the 6th inning for Houston. Hidalgo, Berry, and Osmus here for the Astros. This building got very loud in between the last half-inning break. We showed you earlier that Nolan Ryan, favorite son of Alvin, Texas, is here in the ballpark tonight taking in this game. And they recognized him over the PA system, put his mug up on the scoreboard. And that might have been the biggest ovation all year here at the Astrodome.
Yep. Nobody more popular around here than Nolan Ryan. Rightfully so.
Two and one on Richard Hidalgo. Brad Woodall has given up the 2 runs on 5 hits, both of the runs earned. Brad's walked 3 tonight. 4 walks by Woodall this evening as he loses Hidalgo to start the bottom of the 6th.
When you think back to the last 10-15 years, can you think of 2 more intimidating pitchers than Randy Johnson and Nolan Ryan? Well, there's our trivia question again. Name the famous broadcaster who called a game 208 feet above the dome field in 1965. Was it Lindsey Nelson?
I gotta believe that's the man. That's our guy.
Mets versus the Astros, April 28th, 1965. My question is, where was he sitting?
That's a good question, all right. Going to have a pitching change here. Brad Woodall will be done after 5+. Loses a leadoff batter here in the 6th, and the Brewers are going to the bullpen. Right-hander Eric Plunk.
And you see Plunk's numbers with the Milwaukee Brewers. 0-1 with a earned run average right at 2. No saves in his 10th game as Millie pitched well since coming over from the Cleveland Indians in that Doug Jones trade.
The 1 loss was handed to Plunk yesterday. He was tagged with the loss in yesterday's 10-inning win by the Astros. Plunk will face Sean Berry with a runner at first base and nobody out. But you can close a partial book on Brad Woodall. The runner aboard is his responsibility. Woodall good for 5+ tonight. Allows the 2 runs. They were both earned on 5 hits. He walked 4, struck out 5. Throw to first, and they've got Hidalgo picked off. The throw from Jaha to Loretta, however, gets away from him, and Hidalgo remains aboard. Boy, they had him dead at first base.
Oh, bad throw by Jaha over to Mark Loretta enabled Hidalgo to get back. Had Jaha been able to make a good throw, would have had him dead to rights. Well, nothing seems to be going right for the Brewers in this series. Every strange call that can be made has gone against them. That time they certainly didn't help themselves.
So it'll be 1-0 on Berry. And that one gets him. Exactly why Sean Berry wears a pad where he wears it.
You see Berry hangs that elbow out there and bink right off that pad. That doesn't hurt. That's why he wears that elbow pad. More and more hitters are going to that elbow pad for that reason right there. Fastball in the 90s. You don't have that pad on, you might spend some time in the clubhouse with some ice.
That's a second hit batsman tonight. Both of them have been Astros. Osmus was hit back in the 4th by Woodall. Runners at first and second now. Here is Osmus, nobody out. The Astros have hit in some very long innings tonight. And if you were not privy to the score in this ball game, you might very well guess it. It's a bigger lead than just 2-0 for Houston. The Brewers still very much in this ball game. Ground ball for Vigna to Loretta for 1. Back to Jaha. They get them both. Hidalgo to third as the double play goes 4 to 6 to 3. 2 away here in the 6th.
Well, that's a big double play, obviously, because had the Brewers not been able to turn that after Randy Johnson got Craig Biggio up, now you got an opportunity with Johnson up, get out of the inning with no runs on the board. Boy, nice play by Fernando and Loretta. Watch Loretta get out of the way. Able to make a good throw to first base.
Here's a big unit now. Randy Johnson is 0 for 2 tonight and 0 for 9 as a hitter in the National League. Remember a game this spring in Chandler, the Mariners rather, in town to take on the Brewers in a spring training contest, and Steve Woodard was facing Randy Johnson, struck him out, and Randy Johnson was irate, slammed the bat into the plate.
Yeah.
He takes his hitting a lot more seriously than one would guess.
Takes it a lot more seriously than he should, certainly. Hasn't hit a whole lot. Hasn't hit since his days with the Expos. Matter of fact, Lou Piniella arranged his rotation last year in the interleague play so Randy Johnson wouldn't have to hit.
Pretty good cut there, 2-2.
Eric Plunk with the high hard one. Randy Johnson way behind.
There's a 2-2 home to Johnson, and that misses inside. 3 balls and 2 strikes. I don't know what the fans want to see more, Johnson's first base hit or Johnson's first attempt to get to third base on a single. There it is, and that brings this joint to its feet. Not only is it Johnson's first hit, but it scores a run as Hidalgo comes in from third, and Nolan Ryan loves it.
Well, I think the Houston Astros have found a hero, Randy Johnson, with his base hit. First base hit, first RBI in the National League. Such a strange occurrence for Johnson. He ran right through first base, didn't even make a turn. What am I doing out here? First major league hit for Randy Johnson.
Straightens out a 3-2 pitch and drives in a run. 3-0 Astros, and now it's Craig Biggio. What are the chances we're going to see the unit try and steal second?
About as much of a chance of him getting a base hit. That happened tonight. Nothing would surprise me in this series.
No.
This has been a wacky series, to say the least. A lot of crazy things going on.
Ball and no strikes on Biggio. I don't know that I've ever seen a 6-foot 10-inch base runner. That is a big man over there on the base paths. It's one thing when you look at him on the mound, you're used to seeing him out there. You're not used to seeing him there. On Biggio now.
Not exactly what Craig Biggio, not exactly sure what he's doing. This pitch really not even close. That angle doesn't even show it, but look at that. That's not that close. You don't have to go down on that. Obviously leaning out over the plate.
Plunk goes back over the inside corner and makes it 3-1 now. A run in for the Astros here in the 6th inning on an RBI single by, yes, Randy Johnson.
How many strides do you think it's going to take Randy Johnson to get to second base? 2 or 3. Pick up about 10 feet per stride.
Got himself a big lead out there, and there's strike 2 to Biggio. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Now we're going to see Big Randy in motion. 3-2, 2 outs. Let's see if he knows about that rule.
You got to believe Jose Cruz's first base coach is going to give him a little push, little jump start out there. It is indeed 3-2 on Biggio. Johnson's already halfway to second. There he goes, and it's a cold strike 3. Plunk came in with a fastball across the outside portion. A run for the Astros in the 6th. We head to the 7th. 3-0 Houston.
MLB Tonight. Full coverage of Randy Johnson's try for 300 wins.
Swung on and missed. Strike 3.
With live look-ins from D.C. Plus, our analysts take on whether he'll be the last to do it. MLB Tonight at 6 Eastern on MLB Network.
Today's guest, we have Whopper Jr. for $1.
Stuck.
He's so big, he's stuck.
We're gonna need a little help. Why don't you get in there? Get no, that's not gonna help.
Whopper Jr. is only $1. King value at Burger King.
Why is it raining?
Lose the rain.
Roger that.
No rain, no rainbows.
Could you tell us what's going on?
Yeah, the cake is en route, the tulips just arrived, and the groom is...
He's getting cold feet.
I'm okay. No, I'm not.
Look, we gotta go now. The light's perfect.
I need the stunt groom now.
What's a stunt groom?
Jackpot.
Get work done now. Nextel Direct Connect with GPS tracking. Only on the Now Network.
Mark Loretta leading things off once again against Randy Johnson. 3-0 Houston. Loretta, Cirillo, and Jackson here in the 7th, and there's a base hit for Loretta, his first of the night.
Only the second time the Brewers have been able to put the leadoff hitter on against Johnson tonight. Well, Randy's done a nice job throwing strikes. Only one walk tonight. Matter of fact, he's had good control since coming over to Houston. 2 walks coming in, 1 tonight, and a boatload of strikeouts.
There's Cirillo now. Jeff's been on base in both of his at-bats against Johnson tonight. Walked in the first, singled in the 4th. Again, considering the amount of base runners the Astros have had out there seemingly all night, this is still very much a manageable deficit. The one way you've got to start at chipping away is getting to Randy Johnson and hoping to get to somebody else in the bullpen.
Get a couple of guys on, and hopefully Johnson will make a mistake and somebody pop one out of here. Yeah, you're right. The way things have been going tonight, you would expect the score to be a lot more than 3-0. Woodall doing a nice job again, pitching with runners in scoring position. And what's new, double plays, pulling the Brewers out of the fire.
Ball and 2 strikes to Cirillo now. Doug Manzolino in his 3rd day in that Brewer third base coaching box. We ran a little bit of that tape. You had a chance to chat with Jim Lefevre before the contest and get some of his thoughts on facing Randy Johnson. Swing and a miss, strike 3 by Cirillo, 1 away. Chance to check that American League scoreboard for you. Baltimore shuts out Tampa Bay 7-0. That was Scott Erickson over Wilson Alvarez in the decision. Seattle loses at Toronto. 11-5 was the final score there, as I am caught by surprise by the score. New York wins again against Minnesota 11-2. David Cone over LaTroy Hawkins in the decision there. Chicago gets a 2-0 shutout winner to Scott Air. Bill Seamus records a save as the White Sox defeat Oakland 2-0. Anaheim beat Detroit 3-2. That one's a final. Steve Sparks, the former Brewer, picks up another win for the Angels. He's been pitching very well out in Anaheim.
That's a nice ball game. Jeff Juden with 8 innings of very good baseball.
6th inning score. Cleveland on top of Texas, and in the 8th, Kansas City won better than Boston. Dennis Eckersley is on for the Red Sox. There's Darren Jackson now with Loretta still at first base and 1 out. Ball and 2 strikes to Jackson. And again, back to Jimmy Lefevre. We had a chance to talk to him earlier. We aired part of that conversation as a part of our open, but to the surprise of no one, Jimmy Lefevre's in his 2nd day as a batting coach here, and he has already jumped right into the fire. Grabbing guys for extra BP work each of the past couple of days. Jack's trying to swat the high fastball. The swing and a miss. 9 strikeouts for the big unit.
Well, you got to start that bat so soon with Randy Johnson out there that a lot of times you're going to see hitters take swings at pitches that literally might be over their head. That one right about the bill of the helmet. Darren Jackson knew it right away. You just can't catch up to a pitch like that. John Jaha, the batter now, runner at first and 2 away.
Johnny singled back in the second and would strike out in the fifth. Jim Lefevre, again, we had a chance to chat with him about some of his hitting theory. And we were telling you, boy, he has been active around the cage, out here early, working with Mark Newfield, among other people.
Jim Lefevre, a very proactive type manager and coach. The guy that will get in the face of hitters and feel like they're giving it their best shot or not using the approach that they should. Certainly not a laid-back guy. Might be just what the Brewers need.
Three balls and a strike on Jaha. Full count now, 3-2. Again, it hasn't been since 1992 that the Brewers have been able to beat Randy Johnson. That was an 8-1 win on the 5th of August at County Stadium. Trying to come back here tonight. Jaha takes a breaking pitch for a called strike 3. For the second time tonight, Randy Johnson strikes out the side. 10 strikeouts for the big unit.
What do you guys got under there?
Tiger.
Critics are calling The Hangover the breakout comedy of the summer.
And cough. So it's possible that this will turn into that?
Genuinely funny.
What are you talking about, Willis?
Dizzyingly hilarious. Oh, classic.
Who let the dogs out? Who? Wow.
From the director of Old School.
Is that a baby?
Why would there be a baby? It's a goat.
The Hangover, rated R. Starts June 5th.
Goes back to the track. The wall makes the catch. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3. He did it. His first complete game is a shutout.
The 2009 MLB first-year player draft. Live from MLB Network's Studio 42. The dream begins Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
Very unique routine when he steps into the batter's box.
Incredible! Oh my goodness! He steps back into the box, and here comes the pitcher. Did he do it? He did!
You talk about fearless.
Everything you love about baseball is on MLB Network. Our national pastime all the time.
Seventh inning stretch has come and gone, and Eric Plunk resumes work on the mound for the Brewers. He faces Ricky Gutierrez here in the bottom of the seventh inning. Brewers on the bad end of a shutout score through 6.5. 3-0 Houston as we pick things up in the bottom of the seventh, and it's 0-2 quickly on Ricky Gutierrez. Eric Plunk came on in the sixth inning with a runner at first base. That runner would score on the RBI single by Randy Johnson. One hit and one strikeout for Eric Plunk in his first inning of work tonight. A couple Brewer fans want to say hi to the folks back in Elm Grove, Wisconsin tonight. Emil and Ellen Feniger made the trip down to Houston to see this one tonight. Trying to get the Brewers back on track.
Yeah. Well, the Brewers' #1 fan underwent surgery a couple of days ago, resting comfortably at home. I'm sure he's watching the ball game tonight. John Franson, 2,432 Brewer games he's attended.
What's that again?
2,432 Brewer games he's been at. That's a lot of games.
All right.
Well, here's our Hoover pickup of the game back in the fifth inning. Nice play by Jaha going in the hole. Nice flip to Brad Woodall. That ended the inning. You didn't know about John Franson?
I knew about John, but I didn't know he had been to that many games.
Yeah.
That now 162 game schedule. We're talking about quite a number of years. Do you have your calculator out there?
I do. You want me to use it?
No, I just wanted to make sure you had it with you.
That's asking a lot.
Nothing in one on Derek Bell.
All right. 2,432. Divided by, what was it? 162, right?
I'd rather perform this on my abacus, but that was left at the hotel room. How many years of Brewer games is that?
That's 15 years without missing a game.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a fan.
You better believe it. 1-1 to Derek Bell is ripped into left. Newfield gets there quickly, and they hold Bell to a single here in the 7th.
Well, Derek Bell, you can't keep him down. Hanging curveball, and he hammers it into left field. Good play by Newfield, keeping it at first base. One of the 3 killer bees on this ball club.
Here's one of the other ones. Jeff Bagwell, runner aboard for him. Bagwell's been quiet tonight, 0 for 2. Therein lies a good news, bad news scenario. Good news in that the Brewers did a nice job on him early. Speaking in particular of Brad Woodall. You don't want to ever awaken the sleeping giant, however. That's the potential bad news. Bagwell is hitless late in the ballgame. Two balls and no strikes against Eric Plunk. Throw to first, and Bell back safely. Boston Red Sox gave up Jeff Bagwell for Larry Anderson. Back when they were trying to win a National League or an American League pennant, rather, in an eventual World Series. They would fail on both counts. Bell runs, a swing and a miss. Throw down to second base is not in time. Stolen base for Derek Bell, number 11 for him this year.
Well, good jump off of Eric Plunk. Plunk with a high leg kick. Mike Matheny with a great throw to second base, but not enough. Eric Bell looking in, making sure he knows where the baseball is. No reason why he can't look in. Unable to deke a runner that way. A lot of times if a base runner doesn't look in, doesn't know where the ball is, the infielders can deke him if the hitter hits the ball in the air.
Two balls and two strikes on Bagwell now. I'd say that went down as a pretty good trade in the annals of Astro franchise history.
Well, Larry Anderson, a good pitcher. Had some big years, but I gotta believe Jeff Bagwell, the Astros, got the better of that deal.
Two and two on Bagwell. There's a drive into the opposite field. Well hit, chasing Jackson, but he puts it away at the track for out number 2.
Bagwell gave it a pretty good ride. This guy's got power to all fields. Center field, left field. Hit a bomb to left center yesterday. Hit his triple to right field. Good extension. Lets the ball get back in on him. For some particular reason, Derek Bell did not tag up and go to third base. Would have been able to walk to third.
Moises Alou the batter now, and the Brewers don't want to have anything more to do with him. Alou in the series is 6 for 12 with a pair of home runs. They'd like to keep his line right there, and they're going to hand him the intentional pass. Here's ball 2.
Well, not much of a decision for Phil Garner and Don Rowe. Pitch to the guy that hasn't been around a long time. Moises Alou has proven he's going to beat the Brewers. Big 2-run home run in the first game of the series. And he's been hitting the ball hard every time up.
There's ball 4 to Alou. So the intentional walk completed. And the Brewers will choose to face Richard Hidalgo with runners at first and second.
And Brewers still hanging around in this ball game, down only 3-0. That looks like a much bigger lead than it actually is, the way Johnson's throwing the baseball, but you never know. A couple of guys on, maybe one guy pops one, tie this baby up. But you got to keep it at 3-0.
So runners at first and second for Hidalgo now, who's been on base in 2 of his 3 plate appearances tonight on a fielder's choice and a walk. And he takes strike 1. Hidalgo in the series is 3 for 9. We've spoken about how Richard Hidalgo is a product of the Astros Venezuelan player development system. The story as to how they started that Venezuelan scouting effort is a good one, and it really happened by chance. A gentleman by the name of Andres Reiner, a diehard baseball fan from Venezuela, was transferred up here to Houston with the Venezuelan oil company he worked for. He struck up a friendship with then GM Bill Wood. The two became tight. Eventually, Andres Reiner went back down to Venezuela to open up an academy. Started developing players. He got back to Bill Wood that he was having success, and Bill Wood decided to make him a special assistant to the general manager. And although Bill Wood is no longer the GM here in Houston, Jerry Hunsaker holds that capacity, and we spoke with Jerry just a little while ago. They are still very active down in Venezuela.
The Brewers have really started to get a heavy concentration in Latin America, Venezuela, Dominican Republic, setting up academies very similar to that. Becoming an international game, these major leagues here in America. Pretty soon they're going to have to come up with an international draft. They incorporate a lot of these kids that are coming from Latin America and Australia, Asia now, Korea and Japan.
Down to 3 balls and 2 strikes on Hidalgo. Runners go. Misses outside, ball 4. That'll load the bases for Sean Berry. Not where the Brewers wanted to be this inning.
Well, the Brewers set it up pretty well with a man on second. First base open, you walk Moises Alou. That's the move to make so you can pitch to Richard Hidalgo. You mentioned Hidalgo with 3 base hits in the series, all coming in consecutive at-bats last night. Now you got to pitch to a pretty hot hitter in Sean Berry. Already with a 3-run home run in this series.
Well, 6 walks by Brewer pitching tonight. 4 of them by Woodall, 2 of them by Eric Plunk. Each has an intentional walk on his line, speaking of Woodall and the reliever Plunk. Well, the Brewers backed into a corner here. Sean Berry, the batter, with 2 away and the bases loaded. If Sean Berry can straighten something out, the Astros are going to open up an awfully big lead here in the 7th. Already on top 3-0. Plunk trying to keep the deficit manageable at just 3.
And no activity in the Brewer bullpen, so this is Eric Plunk's inning.
Big swing and a miss.
Eric Plunk saying, here it is, hit it if you can, and that time Sean Berry could not do it.
The 1-1 misses inside, 2 balls and a strike. Think Sean Berry plays hard?
All these guys do.
Only person unhappy about seeing something like that is the team seamstress.
Now the uniform company loves it. Get to sell them a new pair of drawers, don't they? Lick their chops.
They got a guy watching back at that office on the satellite right now, as a matter of fact. Here's a 2-2 to Berry. This is low, 3-2. Plunk's nibbling. He's not missing by a whole lot. But he's running full to Sean Berry. Sean Berry on the homestand is 8 for 13. He has been red hot of late. Fans to their feet. The payoff from Plunk. Oh, no. Fly ball well hit left center. Grissom leaping and brings it back. Oh, man. Sean Berry just missed opening this thing up. But Marquise Grissom able to make a great catch in left center. And the Brewers avoid trouble in the 7th. It's worth looking at again. Through 7, still just 3-0 Houston.
I think that possibly, maybe I'm falling for you. Yes, there's a chance that I've fallen quite hard over you. I've seen the waters that make your eyes shine.
More bars in more places. AT&T, the best coverage worldwide. Buy the LG Xenon messaging phone for $99.99 after mail-in rebate and get one free after mail-in rebate.
I hear what you're saying. I just don't do commercials. It's not my thing.
Conan, this is different. It's a ton of money, and it's only going to be seen in Sweden.
Only in Sweden?
All the Hollywood guys do this.
This one commercial couldn't hurt.
Bud Light.
Vroom, vroom, the party starter.
Vroom, vroom, party starter.
That wasn't me.
Hey, Conan, vroom, vroom, party starter.
Party starter.
Welcome back to MLB Network presents All-Time Games. While Randy Johnson could be described as nothing short of dominant when discussing his regular season exploits, perhaps the best way to describe him with regards to postseason play, clutch. The big unit overwhelmed the California Angels in a one-game playoff in 1995 that propelled the Mariners to their first ever postseason showing. A few days later, Johnson threw 3 spectacular innings of relief on short rest and garnering a decisive Game 5 victory as the Mariners rolled past the Yankees in an unforgettable American League Division Series. In Game 7 of the 2001 World Series, Johnson again came out of the pen and won for the 3rd time in the series as the Diamondbacks rallied towards the title. Right now in this 1998 contest, Johnson continues to stifle the Brewers as they bat in the top of the 8th inning, trailing the Astros 3-0.
Top of the 8th inning, Randy Johnson will continue. Marquise Grissom leads off for the Brewers. Still just a 3-0 deficit. A little scare in the bottom of the 7th. Bases were loaded. Sean Berry hit a drive to the wall in left center. It looked off the bat as though that was out of here.
Well, there aren't too many ballparks that's going to hold that baseball. Astrodome, luckily one of them. That's a home run in just about every ballpark but here.
Grissom with a pair of strikeouts in his many at-bats against Johnson tonight. And if you need a refresher course, Randy Johnson has struck out 10. He's allowed 3 hits and a walk. And he gets Grissom. 11 strikeouts for Johnson, including 4 in a row.
That's 31 strikeouts for Randy Johnson since coming over to Houston. And 31 strikeouts in 23 innings.
Mark Newfield, the batter now. 0-1 to Newfield. Johnson struck out 8 in his Astrodome debut 5 days ago, his 2nd game in a Houston uniform. 1-1 to Newfield. His career high is 19. He accomplished that twice, most recently last season versus Oakland. Further Johnson exploits in striking out 10 or more batters tonight. This becomes the 97th time he has amassed a 10K performance. That ties him for second with Sandy Koufax on the all-time list. Mark Newfield's aboard on a base hit. That ends the succession of strikeouts. A one-out single for the Brewers.
Well, every base hit that the Brewers have tonight has gone right up the middle.
Mike Matheny, the batter now. Runner at first base with one away. So this is Randy Johnson's 97th 10-strikeout game. He and Sandy Koufax each have 97. That's second on the all-time list. Who do you suppose is first?
Is he in the ballpark?
Yes, he is.
Nolan Ryan.
There he is.
Yep. The Express. Mr. Ryan, the most.
Yeah, the Express has a pretty good seat for this one tonight.
Like 215 times Nolan Ryan struck out 10 or more. Amazing.
It really is. A ball and 2 strikes on Mike Matheny. A swing and a miss, strike 3. And that is strikeout number 12 tonight. I had to count all those little K's that young lady is hanging.
A lot of different ways he gets the strikeout. A lot of times it's the fastball. Once in a while it's the slider. That's what Matheny had a hard time holding up on that time. That slider down and in.
Here's Brian Banks now to pinch hit for the Brewers for Eric Plunk. She's having trouble keeping her house in order there. Maybe the little Danny Bonaducci looking kid on the left can help. Oh, that's a woman. My bad. Pardon me, ma'am.
Always the celebrity lookalikes out there.
I'm trying. You know, they've already got a full assortment of Randy Johnson Astro souvenirs available for your purchasing dollar all throughout the ballpark. Didn't take them long to get that stuff printed up, you know?
No. Jerseys, they got posters. There's a lot of people in the ballpark. What do they have? 20,000 last night, a little over 18,000 the night before, and what's tonight? About 40, they say?
That's what they were hoping for. They might even tip it a few hundred over that. Good crowd tonight. Banks fouls it away. Count to 3-2 now. Gone are the days when this team was referred to as the Lastros. Those days are well in the rearview mirror. Fans responding to the newest Astros accomplishments tonight. To Banks. We mentioned Randy Johnson's career strikeout high is 19. He's accomplished that twice. His high this year is 15. And on 3 occasions this season has he struck out 15 batters. Misses outside, ball 4.
Well, that's just about the best way you can handle that Randy Johnson slider. You sit on the fastball, he throws you the slider, and that one looked like it had a little bit of the corner, didn't it? Jerry Meals, home plate umpire, said it went around the plate.
If Brian Banks didn't get down there out of the batter's box too quickly, I think he was half expecting to hear Jerry Meals ring him up. Ball 4, and now it's back to top of the order, Fernando Vina. That's the second walk of the night by Randy Johnson. 4 hits, 2 walks, 12 strikeouts. 1-1.
And all of a sudden the tying running at the plate. First time the Brewers have had 2 men on base tonight.
And in accordance with that, it's the first time that the Astro bullpen has been busy. Vina grounds to Berry, who knocks it down. Gutierrez picks it up. That'll be an infield single for Fernando Vina, and the Brewers have loaded the bases.
Well, knocking on the door. You keep yourself in the ball game. That's why that catch by Marquise Grissom, very important. That guy right there last inning almost put this one out of reach. Flirting with a grand slammer back in the 7th inning. And Sean Berry saves Randy Johnson a run. That ball goes through. Newfield's going to be able to score.
Now, Mark Loretta is a scheduled batter for the Brewers. Bases are loaded. Larry Dierker out to chat things over with his left-hander because he's got another left-hander warming up behind him. Flame-throwing closer Billy Wagner. Doesn't seem fair to have the two hardest throwing left-handers here on the same roster.
Yeah. Well, Billy Wagner probably throws a little harder than does Randy Johnson. Randy Johnson with the better breaking ball. Billy Wagner gets up there around 100 miles an hour. That's where Randy Johnson used to throw. Now he's only throwing about 97. Lost a little bit.
Yeah. Here's Mark Loretta now. Loretta came through with a base hit in the 7th inning that ended an 0-for-11 spell against Randy Johnson. That single had to feel good for Lowe. Bases loaded for the Brewers. First time they've had a runner in scoring position all night.
Find a gap and you tie the ball game. Good speed on the bases for Milwaukee.
Nothing in 2 to Loretta now. Fans to their feet once again. They want punch out number 13.
Randy Johnson is still throwing the ball very hard. That last fastball registered at 94 miles an hour. Really hasn't lost a whole lot from the first inning.
One and 2 to Loretta. Line foul. Mark still alive at 1 and 2.
Now that one at 96 miles an hour. 2 in a row. That's getting it up there.
Loretta with a fly ball into center. Hidalgo has a beat on it. And that retires the side. Randy Johnson leaves the bases loaded. 12 strikeouts through 8 innings for Randy Johnson. Still 3-0 Houston.
Why watch TV on Saturday night? MLB Network brings you 30 amazing reasons.
Hitting up, it's the catch! Oh, baby!
Saturday Night Baseball on MLB Network. The best reason to stay home on the weekends. Saturday, star outfielders look to spell victory in Oakland as the O's' Adam Jones looks to stop Matt Holliday and the A's. Orioles versus Athletics on Saturday Night Baseball. Saturday, live at 9 Eastern on MLB Network.
You are the one celebrity that we have had trouble booking on our show, Whopper Jr.
I'm sorry. When you're only a buck, the demand's pretty high. You know.
Can I touch the... Bad! I'm gonna do it too. Whopper Jr. is only a buck. King value at Burger King.
Fair, straightforward pricing. That's what TD Ameritrade stands for. Think about it. Why pay investing fees you shouldn't have to? Or account fees that aren't clear, like inactivity fees or maintenance fees? It's not right, and you know it. And the thing is, the other investment firms know it, but they do it anyway, and that's just not fair or straightforward. TD Ameritrade. Independence is the spirit that drives America's most successful investors.
3-0 Houston. Bottom of the 8th inning, and the Brewers have made a pitching change. On in place of Eric Plunk, it's left-hander Mike Myers.
Mike Myers 2-2 in the season, 2.01 earned run average. He's picked up 1 save this year. That coming in Colorado earlier this year. Appeared in 54 ball games, 40 in the 3rd innings, only 35 hits, 14 walks, 33 strikeouts for Myers.
Myers will go to work on the 8, 9, and top of the order hitters for the Astros. Osmus, Johnson, and Biggio.
Well, Mike Myers has been the only left-hander in the Brewers bullpen for just about the whole season. Valerio de los Santos was up for a few days. He's back in town, not activated yet. And the Brewers sent him down about a week and a half ago. They had to wait 10 days to bring him back up, and that day is tomorrow. So expect the Brewers to make a roster move with De Los Santos tomorrow night. Not exactly sure who is going to go.
Well, you eye up the schedule a little bit. You cheat and look at that San Diego rotation. The Brewers will have to face Kevin Brown in game 1 of the doubleheader on Sunday, and the Brewers are going to have to come up with a couple of pitchers for that one as well. Yes, you've got a day off Saturday, and yes, you've got a day off Monday, but managing your pitching staff for a doubleheader is always difficult, regardless of the days off you have.
Ordinarily, when you have a doubleheader, at least one of the games has to be pitched by a guy out of the bullpen. There is some talk around the Brewers camp that Roque will be called back up and make a start Sunday. Bronswell Patrick will pitch one of those ball games.
Osmus grounds to Loretta at shortstop. 1 away. And yes, Randy Johnson will have his 4th at-bat of the night. Never a good sign when you're an opponent and the starting pitcher from the other team is earning his 4th AB. Showed our Discover Card playback. Randy Johnson hit into a rather awkward 3-6-4 double play in the 4th, but he would quickly redeem himself on his very next at-bat. He drove in a run with a base hit. He's in no hurry to get to first base on that ground ball to 3rd, and there are 2 gone for Myers in the 8th.
Well, the fans love him. Doesn't matter what he does up at the plate. They packed this place to see that guy strike batters out. That was a big base hit he got back in the 6th inning, making it a 3-0 ball game.
Two out now for Biggio. Biggio's solo home run would start the scoring for the Astros in the 3rd. He would get the remaining 2 on RBI singles by Craig Biggio and Randy Johnson. If it ends like this, you'd have a couple of guys you'd have to consider for player of the game in Biggio and Johnson. And there's Craig Biggio's 3rd hit of the night.
One of the best leadoff hitters in the game of baseball. Very good on base percentage, has pop, good defensively. I'd have to say one of the best players in the league. Craig Biggio.
I'll back that up.
Yeah. Got a couple of guys you can probably say that about. Bagwell, Moises Alou. Maybe that's why they're in first place.
There's Ricky Gutierrez now. Well, you talk to the Astros people about the team they had here before getting Randy Johnson, and nobody was going to argue the talent level. But for whatever reason, fans didn't really respond to the marquee names of Bagwell and Biggio, and those are marquee names in Major League Baseball. Randy Johnson has given them that drawing card, a guy that fans will pay to see play on his name alone. And you'd think that guys like Bagwell and Biggio, you could enter them into that category as well, but for whatever reason here, Houston fans just did not respond.
Yep. Randy Johnson, one of those guys that people will come out to see. Ken Griffey Jr., one of those guys. Nolan Ryan was always one of those type players.
That became more magnified later in his career. Oh, and 1 on Ricky Gutierrez. And that one slapped through the hole on the right side. A couple of 2-out singles by the Astros.
Two guys that go the other way very well. Rick Biggio and Ricky Gutierrez take the fastball away and just punch it into right field. Now all of a sudden you got the teeth of this order coming up with some ducks on the pond. Not a bad pitch by Myers. It was a slider on the outside part of the plate. Good piece of hitting by Gutierrez.
Don Rowe making a very slow walk to the mound. The Brewers have Chad Fox in the bullpen behind Myers. Who else you put in that category in Major League Baseball? And it's easy to overstate the fact that a guy would be the type of player fans would pay to see play, because as you and I would both agree, Bagwell and Biggio in our eyes are that type of player.
Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa.
Okay. It's not a real long list.
No, it's not. I wouldn't even put Mike Piazza in that category, even with his big years with the Dodgers.
You would or would not?
I would not.
I agree.
It's all a matter of you have a player that people actually would buy a ticket to watch if that was the only guy out on the field. Not many of them.
Well, there have been some Hall of Famers over the years, and quite a few of them that you couldn't really put into that category. Little meeting on the mound is over, and Myers will go back to work now. Derek Bell, the batter. He's singled in 4 trips to the plate tonight. Has also walked and stolen a base. About Frank Thomas?
I don't think so. No fringe.
He's on the bubble.
Not this year. I'm trying to keep Craig Biggio close at second base and safely. Watch Fernando.
Biggio looked like he'd fallen asleep in the dirt there for a moment.
Well, what Fernando did, he faked the throw back to Mike Myers, hoping that Biggio would get up and move off of the bag, but one second baseman isn't going to fool another one. He says, I can't believe you actually tried that on me. The old hidden ball trick.
Oh boy. They're still playing games out there, those two. You ever seen the hidden ball trick? You ever seen it work?
I've seen it work, yeah. It worked on old buddy of yours, Steve Lyons, one time.
Oh boy.
That surprise you?
Not at all. Now, if there's anybody that could have been lulled to sleep on the base paths, it'd be him.
Yeah, a lot of times you do the hidden ball trick, pickoff throw to first base. Maybe the guy's dusting himself off. First baseman fakes the throw back. That tags him out.
Ball and 2 strikes on Derek Bell.
Now, one thing about the hidden ball trick that most folks don't realize is that if the pitcher is on the mound without the baseball, that's a balk. So if you're going to do the hidden ball trick, make sure the pitcher is not on the mound. Not the rubber, the mound.
One and 2 on Bell. Runners at first and second for Houston. Myers trying to keep it at 3-0 Astros. That one's thrown behind him. Myers just hung onto the slider a little bit too long there.
That's a tough play for Mike Matheny. You lose track of that baseball as it goes by Derek Bell. Tried to throw it a little bit too hard. Nice play by Matheny. Boy, that's just a shot in the dark catching that one.
A little frown on Derek Bell's face. They actually go behind me? Mm-hmm. So 2 and 2 now. You know, I put the hidden ball trick into the category of good gamesmanship. There are a lot of people, especially at the big league level, that call that bush minor league, amateur. I think it's great.
Yeah, why not? Especially in a situation like this, you much rather tag a guy out on the hidden ball trick than have to get Derek Bell out.
If it works once in 500 attempts, it was worth your while.
There's always players with the reputation of pulling the hidden ball trick, and during meetings before a series start, those guys are they blow the whistle on those guys. Watch out, Gantner will do that to you. Make sure you're aware of it.
Runners go, 3-2 to Bell. Is driven into right center. Grissom's under it, and that'll retire the side in the 8th. We'll go to the top of the 9th. Last licks for the Brewers, down 3-zip.
Why is it raining? Lose the rain.
Roger that.
No rain, no rainbows.
Could you tell us what's going on?
Yeah, the cake is en route, the tulips just arrived, and the groom is...
He's getting cold feet.
I'm okay. No, I'm not.
Look, we gotta go now. The light's perfect.
I need the stunt groom now.
What's a stunt groom? Jackpot.
Get work done now. Nextel Direct Connect with GPS tracking. Only on the Now Network.
What's great about MLB Tonight is that you will see every big play.
He stole home!
MLB Tonight is an opportunity to do live look-ins and learn about baseball.
Let's go inside the park right now to Colorado. Off to AT&T Park we go.
We take you to Wrigley Field.
This is live baseball you're watching right now.
The live look-ins are great because whether it be a big home run or a big strikeout, we get to pop inside the game live to see it happen when it happens.
A slam for Kubel, and the cycle is complete.
We'll have the ability to go and breaking a big situation in a particular game.
The first Ranger to get 6 hits in a 9-inning game.
We can find those key matchups or these key moments when the game's best hitter is matched up against the game's best on the ball.
See ya! It's his first swing back, a 3-run home run.
Sure, you want to know what's happening with your team, and we're not only going to give them that, we're going to give them a broad slice of what's happening everywhere else in Major League Baseball.
MLB Tonight at 6 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
Well, the Brewers are down to their final 3 outs tonight. Randy Johnson's going to try and finish it. Cirillo, Jackson, and Jaha will try to say otherwise. 3-0 Houston, top of the 9th. Jeff Cirillo tonight, 1 for 2 with a walk. He's extended his hitting streak to 5 straight. And Johnson in front of him now, 0-2.
Now Cirillo thinks that ball's inside. He can read lips. Says that ball's inside, and it looked like it was.
Jeff trying to gather himself now for an 0-2 approach. Nobody's been really too happy with the officiating in this series. There have been beefs on both sides, more so with the Brewers. Still 0-2 to Jeff.
And just about all the argument has come with Jerry Meals. First base last night, home plate tonight. Randy Johnson had a beef with him in the first inning. Line up, right?
That's right. And Cirillo hanging around on 0-2.
And one thing about getting on an umpire, one thing is for certain, they always get the last word. You really have to argue with the umpires very judiciously. You don't want to make it personal. Say your piece and get on with it.
One and 2 to Cirillo. Plenty of bench help available for the Brewers. Phil Garner has not gone to one of his offensive reserves yet. Jeff lines that one foul. Still 1-2.
Well, the only problem with all the help on the bench, most of it's from the left side. Bob Hanlon, David Nilsson, Jeremy Burnitz, Jose Valentin's still available, and Bobby Hughes.
Another check swing foul, 1-2. Randy Johnson has 7 complete games this year. 7 complete games in his 25 starts. He's looking for number 8 and his 2nd in the National League tonight. Here's a called strike 3 to Cirillo. Jeff's not happy. And I don't know how long he's going to stick around. He is right up into Jerry Meals' dish, and he's gone. Yeah, Jeff earned that one. You kind of had a feeling that's where the entire at-bat was going. And Cirillo, rarely that animated, is run out of here tonight.
Well, Jerry Meals rings him up on a pitch on the outside corner. And once that pitch was called a strike, that's exactly what Jeff Cirillo was going to do. He was going to say his piece. Make sure everybody knew how he felt about the call. That pitch is off the plate. That's a slider that was backdooring off the outside corner. Not a whole lot you can do with that. And right about that point right there, Jeff Cirillo says, I'm getting tossed out of this ball game, and I'm going to get my money's worth.
And right after Jeff was thrown out for a 2nd straight night, Phil Garner was run out of here. Darren Jackson, the batter, now taps to first. Bagwell does it himself, 2 away.
A lot of frustration in nights like this, particularly when your ball club is not winning ball games. There was only one game on this road trip that is now 6 games old. Soon to be 7.
Well, John Jaha represents the final chance for the Brewers tonight. This has really been a wild game tonight. From beginning to end, it has been the Astros' night. Phil Garner ejected by the same umpire on back-to-back nights. Phil didn't even earn that one. He came out to try and save Cirillo, had a question for Jerry Meals, and got the hook. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, well, Jerry Meals has shown a very short fuse last 2 games of this series. Had a lot of problems with a lot of players. Must be something to it.
One and 2 to Jaha. $40,217 on their feet in the Astrodome tonight. NFL is gone. The NBA's in the midst of a lockout. And with Randy Johnson and Astro, baseball is king in Houston. Well, based on past precedent, that should be strike 3, right?
You just don't know back there tonight.
What was the term we heard earlier today? The amoeba strike zone? Jaha with a drive, pretty well hit to left. Alou back on it. Shy of the scoreboard. Makes the catch to end it tonight. Randy Johnson has pitched back-to-back complete game shutouts in his 2nd and 3rd starts as an Astro.
Randy Johnson would continue a reign of dominance over National League batters for the remainder of the 1998 campaign, overall winning 10 of his 11 starts while pitching to an ERA of just over a run a game and helping propel the Houston Astros to the National League's Central Division title. All told, Johnson's stay in the Lone Star State was a successful, albeit short one. Following that 98 campaign, the big unit signed a big 4-year free agent pact with the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think the D-backs were pretty happy with the return on their investment there, as well as all Johnson did was win 4 more Cy Young Awards while leading the franchise to their first ever World Series championship in 2001. Thanks for watching MLB Network Presents All Time Games. I'm Hazel May. We'll see you next time. Helping propel.
Absolutely fabulous. I don't believe what I just saw.
again, everybody. I'm Hazel May, and welcome to this latest installment of MLB Network Presents All-Time Games. Armed with a fastball that at times has reached triple digits and a devastatingly hard-biting slider that leaves even the most formidable a hitter quaking in his cleats, Randy Johnson is simply one of the game's most dominating figures. Part of Johnson's intimidation factor when he came into the league as a precocious rookie with the Montreal Expos in 1988 was his alarming lack of control. Johnson, however, stood the test of time, and as he gained control of his remarkable arsenal, his personal exploits reached even greater heights. Never was this more evident than on the night of May 18, 2004, as Randy Johnson and the Arizona Diamondbacks paid a visit to Turner Field in Atlanta to take on the Braves.
Randy Johnson on the mound for the Diamondbacks, and he'll be opposed by Atlanta left-hander Mike Hampton. Take a look at the Diamondbacks starting lineup tonight, presented by Gatorade X Factor. Chad Tracy leads off at third, Matt Cade at second, Luis Gonzalez in left. Shea Hillenbrand at first, Steve Finley in center, with Danny Bautista in right. A latter third of Alex Cintrone, Robbie Hammock, and Randy Johnson. And off to a rough start so far this season, league hitting .348 against Mike Hampton.
Well, you just never know who is the real Mike Hampton. Sometimes this guy's got the best sinker in the game. Sometimes he really flattens out. Let's hope the Diamondbacks get the guy that flattens out, Tommy, because they need to do something against some left-handed pitching. These guys have really struggled against left-handed pitching this year. Just for their own psyche, they need to beat up a lefty.
Let's take a look at the Atlanta defense behind Mike Hampton. Chipper Jones, Andrew Jones, and J.D. Drew in the outfield. DeRosa at third, Jesse Garcia for the injured Rafael for a call at short, Nick Green at second for the injured Marcus Giles, and Julio Franco over at first, a battery of Hampton, and young Johnny Estrada, who is off to a fabulous start, taking over as the everyday catcher for the departed Javier Lopez.
Just a lot of similarities in these two clubs. A lot of success the last few years. Obviously the Braves with 12 straight division titles, but they're kind of in a team in transition, as is the Diamondbacks. A lot of young guys out there. Sure, they've got Julio Franco. That always helps when you're 46, 47 years old, but there's a lot of babies out there for the Atlanta Braves, as there is for the Diamondbacks.
So we are set to go. Mike Hampton has really struggled, not only overall this year, but especially in the first inning. 11 of the 33 runs he has surrendered in his 37 2/3 innings have come in the very first frame.
And that's what you need to do to start a big, long, tough road trip like this, Tom, is get out of the gate quick. It's up to these first three hitters to have good at-bats and really make Mike Hampton struggle.
Chad Tracy looks at a strike, and we are underway. Chad at .341, a couple of home runs and 14 runs batted in. DeRosa in on the grass over at third. And that one ripped right off Hampton's belly. And he flips it on over to first to get the out. Hampton, a marvelous athlete, has won a Gold Glove for his defense on the mound.
That one may have hurt him, Tommy. See the replay. Nothing Chad Tracy can do. He just hits a bolt right back at Hampton. Looks like it got him in the leg. And, of course, it doesn't care him. It just goes right back to the ground right underneath him, and he throws him out. It looks like that leg might have took a pretty big shot. This kid's a tough kid, though. If at all he can stay out there, he will stay out there.
Hampton grew up in Florida, where he was not only a baseball star but a fabulous football player, a defensive back recruited by just about every one of the major Division I power schools in the country, the likes of Florida State and Notre Dame, among others.
Great athlete. Could play football. They said he could have played in the NFL. He was that good. And you see how tough he is. He took a wicked line. I mean, Tracy smoked that ball right back at him. It looked like he got him right above the knee. Bad luck for the Diamondbacks. Instead of a leadoff base hit, Hampton's got it, but he's got a little badge of honor on there, that little Purple Heart he'll have there.
We can tell just by the look on his face that he is still feeling it.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling it. I love it, though. He ain't going to rub it. He ain't going to let anybody know it hurt him, but he's hurting right now. He's got some sparks working right now.
Matt Cada, 264 batter with a home run and 12 batted in, looks at ball 1 away. So Tracy hit that ball right on the nose, right off Hampton's leg, and we'll see if there are any lingering effects. 1-1.
That's what you want to have Hampton do. Once he gets up in the strike zone, he really flattens out. If that ball starts thigh high, it usually dives out of the zone. If it starts around belt high or belly button high, it's a good one to hit.
Right under the glove of DeRosa into left field. And the Bluebirds out already here in Atlanta. They have played defense very much like the Diamondbacks have played defense here through the first couple of 4 weeks, 6 weeks of the year.
Well, there's the pitch. Cada rips it again this time. Whoop. Just never got the glove down. Ball was right on the ground. So the Diamondbacks get bad luck with Tracy, get some good luck with Cada. See if Gonzo can make that hurt.
DeRosa charged with an error. 1 on, 1 out, and here's Gonzo at 277, 10 home runs and 23 runs batted in. Of course, every time you come here to Atlanta, as a member of the Diamondbacks, as a fan of the Diamondbacks, watching it on the home front here on the tube, you always harken back to that 2001 season when the Diamondbacks came rolling in here, tied at a game apiece in the National League Championship Series, and swept Atlanta 3 in a row.
Just squashed them. Squashed them. That was beautiful. That was when we knew we had a real good chance, because the Braves were such a good team, and we not only beat them, but we throttled them pretty good. And we said, you know, if we can do that against the Braves, we might be able to handle the Yankees.
Right back to the mound, and the throw is in the dirt. They get the out there. They get the out at first.
Wow.
What a nice play by Jesse Garcia. Hampton, a low throw, but Garcia not only picked it out of there, found the bag, and then turned it.
What's great about MLB Tonight is that you will see every big play.
He stole home!
MLB Tonight is an opportunity to do live look-ins and learn about baseball.
Let's go inside the park right now to Colorado. Off to AT&T Park we go.
We take you to Wrigley Field.
This is live baseball you're watching right now.
The live look-ins are great because whether it be a big home run or a big strikeout, we get to pop inside the game live to see it happen when it happens.
MLB Tonight at 6 Eastern, only on MLB Network. Why watch TV on Saturday night? MLB Network brings you 30 amazing reasons.
Hitting up, ball game! Makes the catch! Oh, baby!
Saturday Night Baseball on MLB Network. The best reason to stay home on the weekends. Saturday, star outfielders look to spell victory in Oakland as the O's' Adam Jones looks to stop Matt Holliday and the A's. Orioles versus Athletics on Saturday Night Baseball. Saturday, live at 9 Eastern on MLB Network.
Ah, that hits the spot. It's drinkability. It means Bud Light is good wherever you are.
If you're at a party, or playing golf, like those guys, or at the bar.
Drawing on the door. Don't say draw.
Never filling, always refreshing. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
7 aces.
Hi, this is Chuck Storm. I'm live at the scene where last night there was a robbery at about 3:30 in the morning. Now, police have...
The sun used to make our outdoor deck and patio space so hot and uncomfortable, we couldn't use it.
But then we discovered the Sunsetter retractable awning. Our Sunsetter retractable awning opens and closes in just 60 seconds. It keeps our patio about 20 degrees cooler.
It provides instant shade and instant protection from the sun's harmful rays.
And our Sunsetter costs under $700.
But now you can get your Sunsetter for as little as $499 when you call now to get this special $200 discount certificate and free awning idea kit.
We love our Sunsetter retractable awning, and you're going to love yours too.
Sunsetter awnings are assembled in America and guaranteed to last for years. So call now to get this free awning idea kit with DVD, plus your $200 Sunsetter discount
discount certificate.
But this is a limited time offer.
Call now.
Call now for your free awning idea kit with DVD and $200 discount certificate. There's no obligation.
1-800-303-1468.
I ask you, what does a walk-off homer look like in the box score? A bunch of little numbers? That's not baseball. Little numbers in a newspaper is Sudoku or whatever you call it.
Your team's games are home games with the MLB Extra Innings package, no matter where you live. Follow your fantasy roster and get games in high def with MLB Extra Innings enhanced viewing features.
Welcome to baseball heaven.
Get MLB Extra Innings from your video service provider. Call and order today.
Bobby Cox starting lineup for the Atlanta Braves. Jesse Garcia at short, Julio Franco at first, Chipper Jones in left, Andrew Jones in center, Johnny Estrada catching with J.D. Drew in right. A ladder third of Mark DeRosa, Nick Green, and Mike Hampton. And here's the Jeep scouting report on Diamondback left-hander Randy Johnson.
Well, I know you're going to be surprised at this, Tom. This guy throws really hard, and he's got a very good slider and a good split finger.
Surprise, surprise.
And you look, he's going to have to go against the Joneses. Andrew and Chipper, 9 career home runs. One of the few people named Jones, or anybody that can say, you know what, I've done pretty well off the big fella. Here's Andrew Jones, been around a long time, still looks like he's 19 years old.
Well, he's not much older than that. Garcia digging in, and Johnson delivers strike one. Garcia, prior to Friday's game, placed on the bereavement list, had hit safely in 9 of his last 11. At a .324 clip. You say he's playing extremely well right now. That one bunted, and Hillenbrand going to make the tag in time to get Garcia. He was the only one going to the bag.
What a great play. Randy Johnson never got off the mound. That was all up to Shea Hillenbrand to make that play. The bunt was a little too firm, and look at Shea. Attaboy, Shea, get down there and make that play. I love to watch a first baseman just show his athleticism. You see Randy Johnson not even in the picture. It's all up to Shea. Great job. Good idea by Garcia, better play by Hillenbrand.
Now Julio Franco, a .271 batter, a home run, 14 runs batted in. Franco getting more playing time this season than he has the last couple of years. Of course, they picked up Robert Fick to play first base for him last year, and then after Fick really threw a cheap shot on Eric Karros during the National League Championship Series on a play at first base, then after the game proceeded to basically bury the entire Braves organization because they don't do things like that and won't tolerate things like that. Well, Mr. Fick found out he's exactly right. He was no longer an Atlanta Brave.
Go have some fun down in Tampa Bay with the Devil Rays, Mr. Fick.
Swing and a miss by Franco, and he's gone on 3 straight pitches.
Wow.
The Diamondbacks defensively presented by Rico. Steve Finley flanked by Luis Gonzalez and Danny Bautista. In the infield, Tracy Cintrone on the left side with Caden Hillenbrand on the right side. Johnson and Robbie Hammock, the batter. First 2 retired here in the Atlanta opening inning, and now to be Chipper Jones. Jones, 32 years old now, out of Jacksonville, Florida. He's down a strike. Went on the disabled list with a strained right hamstring. That was an ugly injury. They had to take him off the field on a cart. Mark, we were watching that game. I think we were in San Diego.
We sure were. He chasing a ball in the gap and looked like he got shot. He grabbed his right hamstring and they had to cart him off the field. It looked a lot worse than a strain. Thankfully it was just a strain, because you never want to see great players get hurt.
Fastball up, check swing. You didn't go around, 1-2.
You never want to see anybody get hurt,
no.
But especially guys like Chipper that are good for the game, that people come out to watch. And there you see Randy Johnson. He's certainly gotten Randy's attention over the years.
Well, Chipper Jones has a pair of 2 homer games against Randy Johnson, and strangely enough, they came 1 year to the day in back-to-back seasons.
Most of the pitches that Chipper has hit off of Randy, the damage-doing hits have been on pitches out over the plate. Randy's he tries to pound him in with his fastball and slider, but if he doesn't get it in, Chipper hurts him.
Not going to hurt him.
Stop it.
1, 2, 3 for Johnson, including a couple of strikeouts. We go to the second inning. No score.
Ball drive. If it stays fair, home run. Junior goes back to the track. The wall makes the catch. And a swing and a miss. Strike three. He did it. His first complete game is a shutout.
The 2009 MLB first-year player draft, live from MLB Network's Studio 42. The dream begins Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, only on MLB Network.
He's online! Oh no, we can call for help! What are you doing?
Filling my own Capital One credit card. Look, I can upload my own photo. We have internet access? Here's a good one. I was full for 3 days.
Cheeseburger! No!
Cheeseburger.
Personalize your card at Capital One Card Lab by uploading your own photo at CapitalOne.com.
What's in your wallet?
Today,
We can't remember a thing from last night.
find out what happened in the movie critics are calling laugh out loud hilarious.
Whose maybe is it?
Where's your car, officer?
All right, don't say a word.
The Hangover, rated R. Now playing.
What a play! Terrific diving catch, and he got him.
MLB Network is on the go to a new town every week, here on your new home for Thursday Night Baseball, driven by Chevy. Every week, see all the power, all the pitching, and all the plays. Catch all the action in full HD, Thursday nights in prime time, only on MLB Network. This week on MLB Network's Thursday Night Baseball, one of the fiercest rivalries in the game continues, as Mark Teixeira and the New York Yankees battle Boston's Kevin Youkilis and the Red Sox. Join Bob Costas and Jim Cott for Yankees Red Sox in full HD, Thursday night at 7 Eastern.
MLB Network, your home for Thursday Night Baseball.
MLB Network is proud to present the definitive epic of America's pastime.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. The choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it.
Baseball, directed by award-winning documentarian Ken Burns. Every Sunday, the acclaimed series that brings the greatest players and the greatest moments of the game to life in a way that you've never seen before. We live the triumphs,
There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron.
the tragedies,
I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
and the celebrations of the game.
Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
And every week, Ken Burns shares new personal insight in an exclusive interview.
It is the American game.
Ken Burns is Baseball, Sunday at 8 Eastern on MLB Network.
Top half of the second inning we go. No score in the ball game. Randy Johnson, a very impressive opening inning. Of course, he has been throwing the ball fabulously, really, since coming back at the end of last season. If you go back to the 9th of September, in his 12 starts, only a 5-5 record, but an ERA of 2.60. And in his last 4 starts this year, the ERA is not even 1.5.
I'm glad he's put to bed all those issues about whether his knee's okay or can he pitch at the age of 40 or 41. I think we found out the answer to that. That big fella's throwing the you-know-what out of the baseball this year.
Indeed. Shea Hillenbrand will lead things off here in the Diamondbacks' second against Mike Hampton, who got through a first inning without giving up a run. He picked up a nasty bruise in the process, but no more damage than that. Ground ball to short, and Garcia throws out Hillenbrand. Garcia filling in for Rafael Furcal, who has not been placed on the disabled list. despite the fact that he has not played the last 14 games due to a jammed right ring finger that he suffered while sliding headfirst into third base on the 1st of this month. They say he can hit. He can pick up the ball in the field, but when he goes to throw the ball, he can't grip the ball well enough to make an accurate throw, so they can't play him.
I was watching him take ground balls before the game, and he just has to lob the baseball. He can't throw it with any authority, and it's too bad because he's got a cannon of an arm. He's fun to watch play the game of baseball.
Good player.
Sure is.
On the outside corner is strike. Well, we know the Diamondbacks are missing Richie Sexton. The Braves have been missing everybody at one time or another through the first month and a half of the year. They have only had their original penciled in starting lineup available for 4 games this entire year. They've had Chipper Jones out. They've had J.D. Drew out. You get a look, 31 different lineups, nearly a different lineup in every game. For Call and Giles out now. Giles going to be out a long time. Had that terrible collision with Andrew Jones in center field and broke his collarbone.
I also saw him today, and he can't even move.
Finley lifts one into right center field, pretty well hit. Now this is a big ballpark, and J.D. Drew in front of the wall makes a play, 2 away.
Well, Tommy, you are right when you say this is a big ballpark. Once you get in between the alleys, there's a 380 there and a 390 there. It is a very big ballpark. Steve Finley hit that ball darn near 400 feet right into the glove of the waiting J.D. Drew. Homer in Arizona.
Without a doubt. Roof open or closed. That'd have been in the swimming pool. Strike one of Danny Bautista. Now, you should have made that observation because you have gone with more frequency into the pool than anybody.
That's right. Don't you forget it either there, Mr. Brenneman.
Except you didn't get in the other night when you were out there.
No, I was.
Which is just ridiculous. You or Big Todd Walsh.
That's bad on the Diamondbacks' part not to hit one out. It is shameful that they didn't hit one out to us. I was out there ragging on Bautista and Finley. Come on, do something, Finley. Come on, Bautista.
That's a fair ball and then bounces back foul. Hampton came springing off the mound. Estrada could never find it.
Which way did he go? So Danny gets new life. Watch Estrada. This is a helpless feeling right here. Okay, where is it? Hey, somebody tell me where it is. Hey, golly. Johnny, it's right up here. It's right up here, Johnny. Johnny, look. Oh. No, he didn't look. We were trying to help him, Tommy.
He wouldn't listen. High and away, 2-2 to Bautista. Danny at 343. 5 home runs and 27 runs batted in.
Just continues to impress.
And very consistent right throughout the entire homestand. Two into right field, and Drew coming to get it. It will fall in front of him. A 2-out single for Danny Bautista.
Boy, J.D. Drew made a dangerous play right there. He fielded that ball off to the side. Fortunately, it went into his glove, or we could have seen Danny Bautista possibly circle. And there's a little flare out into right. Here comes J.D. Drew. Played it off to the side, came up with it. That thing could have easily gone out to the wall. And he couldn't have caught that any cleaner. Nice play, but very dangerous, kids. Keep it in front.
Now Alex Cintrone at 241, a home run and 10 runs batted in. Alex this season has been far better from the left side than the right. Batting right-handed is what really has dragged his batting average down, although not here. That ball driven into left center field. It'll go to the wall and bring in Danny Bautista. They're going to wave him around. And Garcia will make the throw to the plate. It is not in time. Throw gets by Hampton, and all the way to third goes Cintrone. So give Alex a double and a run batted in. The Diamondbacks with a 1-0 lead.
Well, I'm not sure of the numbers, Tommy, but I know Alex Cintron was a very good right-handed hitter last year.
Better than left.
It's been the opposite this year. He hasn't done much at all right-handed, but don't tell Mike Hampton that, because Cintron just hit a laser beam out into the right center gap. And Diamondbacks off to a good start. There you see the relay, perfect relay right there. And then, whoa, this one goes about anywhere but to the catcher, allowing Cintron to get to third.
A double and RBI for Alex. He goes to third on the throwing error by Garcia. And now Robbie Hammock. Breaking ball in there, a strike.
Oh, what a pretty breaking ball that is. You know, with the number 9 hitter on deck in Johnson, it's tough in this situation if you're Robbie Hammock. You don't know if you're going to get pitched around or if you're going to get strikes.
One and one to Robbie Hammock. Grounded foul. Our GMC professional grade game note. This is his favorite city to visit. He played at the University of Georgia. Grew up in Marietta. And it's only natural his favorite movie would be Forrest Gump. Right?
We've had a few people like Forrest Gump, haven't we?
And I guess that band Outkast is from Atlanta.
Yes, they are.
Okay. I know the B-52s were from down in Athens, Georgia.
REM, aren't they
yeah,
local? I think they're Athens also.
I think they are too.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
Strike 3 called. That's the way Hammock feels right now. 1 run, couple of hits. 1-0 Diamondbacks.
What's great about MLB Tonight is that you will see every big play.
He stole home!
MLB Tonight is an opportunity to do live look-ins and learn about baseball.
Let's go inside the park right now to Colorado. Off to AT&T Park we go.
We take you to Wrigley Field.
This is live baseball you're watching right now.
The live look-ins are great because whether it be a big home run or a big strikeout, we get to pop inside the game live to see it happen when it happens.
Slam from Kubel, and the cycle is complete.
We'll have the ability to go and break in a big situation in a particular game.
The first Ranger to get 6 hits in a 9-inning game.
We can find those key matchups or these key moments when the game's best hitter is matched up against the game's best on the bump.
See ya! It's his first swing back, a 3-run home run.
Sure, you want to know what's happening with your team. And we're not only going to give them that, we're going to give them a broad slice of what's happening everywhere else in Major League Baseball.
MLB Tonight at 6 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
We like to establish our dominance with a fastball.
Make sure you're getting up over your front leg.
We throw inside when we have to, and we don't listen to that.
The major leagues down to the minor details. Major League Baseball 2K9. Rated E for everyone.
Want a 4-star hotel at a 2-star price? Go to Hotwire.com. When 4-star hotels have unsold rooms, they use Hotwire to fill them. So you get the lowest prices on 4-star hotels, guaranteed.
HOTWIRE, Hotwire.com.
Hi, this is Chuck Storm. I'm live at the scene where last night there was a robbery at about 3:30 in the morning. Now, police have...
I've been a Pirates fan since 1979.
Since I was about 8 years old.
I've loved him ever since I was a little kid. Since I was 6 years old.
He was about 4 years old.
20 years.
25 years.
21 years.
36 years.
Since about 10, when I was 10.
Since 98 when they came.
We got 4 generations of Cubs fans.
I actually went to 94 games last year.
I'm going to be with this team till I die.
I was born a Cards fan.
I've been a Twins fan forever.
The game was on in the hospital room, actually.
This is beyond loyalty. This is beyond baseball.
Bottom of the second inning, Diamondbacks out to an early 1-0 lead. Randy Johnson setting down the side in order with a couple of strikeouts in the bottom half of the first inning. And our Bank of America higher standards, once again Johnson healthy, and that means pretty much you can book it. He'll be the strikeout leader in both leagues.
You got that right. Look at the second guy on there, Ben Sheets. Yesterday or Sunday, I believe it was, Ben Sheets pitched against these Atlanta Braves and struck out 18, Tommy. So this team's not afraid to strike out.
No, in fact, we were talking about it before the game. The Braves have had 3 games already this year where they have struck out 15 or more times in a game. That's hard to do.
And you see why.
Pedro Martinez leads the American League, in fact tied with Kurt Schilling, each with 56 strikeouts on the year. So Johnson 14 better than that duo. 1-1.
Boy, I've watched this kid Andrew Jones play for about 10 years now, whatever it's been, and such an impressive player.
In the air, straight away center field, playable out there for Finley. 1 away.
Got a lot of power, perennial Gold Glove center fielder.
It's hard to believe Andrew Jones just turned 27 years old.
Did he really?
He's put some gaudy numbers up.
Wow. I think Randy might have gotten away with a fastball right down the middle on Andrew, and he's kind of saying, you know what, I'm going to get him next time if he throws one right there. Let's see if he can strike out this kid, Tommy.
It's been hard to do this season unless you're Ben Sheets. What a year for Johnny Estrada. Leads all National League catchers in runs batted in. Second only to Paul LaDuca for the best batting average among all catchers in the National League. He's only struck out 11 times the entire season. 3 of those came in the Ben Sheets game a couple of days ago.
I like this kid's approach. Talking with Don Sutton before the game, you and I got the chance to see the Hall of Famer. He said he loves the way this kid plays. Says with 2 strikes he'll choke up. There's Mr. Sutton.
Good man.
Great man.
Yep.
Says he'll choke up and have lots of anywhere from 12 to 15 pitch at bats.
Well, Bobby Cox wasn't lying when he called this kid a tough out. He was traded straight up, remember, for Kevin Millwood a couple of years ago. That's how highly thought of Johnny Estrada was coming up through the Phillies organization. John Sherholtz has done a remarkable job as a general manager here in Atlanta. Took over the GM job from Bobby Cox. Cox was the manager and the general manager. Swung on and fouled back out of play at different points in time during his Atlanta career. Was here many years ago as a skipper, left to go to Toronto. Came back as the general manager of the Braves. And then when he found out they could hire Sherholtz, he said, give him the job, I'm going back on the field. And they've won 12 straight divisional titles.
I think that's a pretty good decision Bobby made.
And you and I were here in 1990 in one of the most bizarre moments, really, in the 91 season, I beg your pardon, when, remember, they made the trade to get Freddie McGriff. They had that explosion here at the old ballpark at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. The Cubs were in town to take on the Atlanta Braves. You were playing for the Cubs. You might have been in the clubhouse at the time. It was during batting practice. But they announced a deal for McGriff. There was a huge explosion, a fire in the stands.
I do remember that
the
now.
gates weren't open yet. And that started the second half run that propelled the Braves to their first division championship since 1982.
Look at this kid foul pitches off, pitch after pitch, just what we were talking about. It's almost to the point now where if you're Randy, you don't want to spend your whole evening trying to strike this guy out. You know what? If you walk him, great. Here, lay it in the middle and let's see if he can just hit it on the ground somewhere if he hits it, but let's not waste 20 pitches on this kid.
Well, 9 of them so far, and you saw just Johnson. Like, what do I got to do to get this guy out?
Exactly, and we all know Randy. Now it's a challenge for Randy. You know, Randy knows he can strike out anybody in the game, and now it's become a challenge for him. It's become a mano-a-mano thing, and he ain't going to back up now.
3-2 pitch. Got him swinging.
Attaboy, Randy. Beautiful slider. Look at you see him go. Like, get out of here. Yeah. Beautiful slider. Estrada just right over the top of it.
He didn't miss it by much.
He didn't miss it by much.
That's what they tell you when you're really going bad, though, right? Make you feel good about yourself.
Yeah,
you were this close.
Man. Meanwhile, you're swinging at stuff in the dirt. Yeah, you're right on that, Gracie. I don't know how you missed that. Shut up. I missed that ball by 5 feet. Leave me alone. What a good at bat that was.
10 pitch at bat before going down on strikes, and now it's quickly 0-2 on J.D. Drew. Came over from the St. Louis Cardinals. Of course, a former #1 pick by the Philadelphia Phillies, elected not to sign there, and then they wound up working out a deal to send him to the Cardinals. When healthy, he is a fabulous talent.
He sure is.
There's very little, if anything, he can't do. But the problem is keeping him on the field.
Well,
another problem is trying to hit Randy Johnson. 4 strikeouts in a game for the big fella. 1-0 D-back.
Junior goes back to the track. The wall makes the catch. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3. He did it. His first complete game is a shutout.
The 2009 MLB first-year player draft. Live from MLB Network's Studio 42. The dream begins Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
Very unique routine when he steps into the batter's box.
Incredible. Oh, my goodness. He steps back into the box, and here comes the pitcher. Did he do it? He did!
You talk about fearless.
Everything you love about baseball is on MLB Network. Our national pastime all the time.
People think that Honda is always the most fuel-efficient choice. Well, the Chevy Cobalt XFE has better highway mileage than a comparable Honda Civic. The Chevy Traverse has better mileage than a Honda Pilot. And Chevy Malibu has better mileage than Accord. Go figure. However, Honda does make something that we just can't compete with. It's self-propelled. There's never been more reasons to look at Chevy.
Kentucky Grilled Chicken.
New Kentucky Grilled Chicken, marinated and grilled to perfection for that 5-star fall-off-the-bone taste. Mix original and grilled in your bucket. 10 delicious pieces for just $9.99. Tasty on fry side of KFC.
I'm Roger Teeter. In my 40s, I suffered from chronic back pain. I tried everything to find relief. Nothing really worked. Then I found inversion. The Teeter Hang-Ups offers natural decompression that can help to restore nutrients to the discs, reduce nerve pressure, provide realignment, and relax tense, tired muscles.
Call now to try the Teeter Hang-Ups for only $14.95 and receive the 30 Days to a Better Back program free.
Unlike any stretch you can do on your own, a few minutes a day on the Teeter decompresses all weight-bearing joints, promoting improved function and flexibility. That deep stretch leaves me feeling relaxed and rejuvenated. Even though I'm in my 70s, I feel great.
An extremely easy piece of equipment to operate, and the relief that it brings me is well worth the 3 to 5 minutes.
Give it a try and discover why over 1 million people worldwide have put their trust in Teeter Hang-Ups.
Many of the folks back on the home front just now rolling in from work or getting out of work. So glad to have you with us. Diamondbacks off to the early 1-0 lead. It'll be Johnson, Tracy, and Cada against Mike Hampton. Randy 3 of 16 with 3 runs batted in. Hampton, of course, one of the most dominant starters in the National League, going back to his days with Houston. Swing and a miss. Hampton, his only season in New York, a 15-game winner, pitched the Mets to the World Series against the Yankees that year, then made the decision to sign with Colorado as a free agent. Johnson gone on strikes. And really the wheels have fallen off for Mike Hampton up until about the midway point of last year, over a solid 2.5 years. 15-10, an ERA barely over 3 in 2000 after a phenomenal 99. Many thought he should have won the Cy Young rather than Johnson. Then an 0-1 in Colorado, ERA of almost 5.5 over 6 a following year. Struggled out of the gate here last season, then came on strong.
I think he got all that money, Tom, and I think a guy like Mike Hampton, who is such a bulldog, he is such an aggressive guy, and he's a proud guy. I think every time he takes the mound now, he feels like he has to earn that money. So instead of just being talented and going out there and pitching his game, I think a lot of times he feels he needs to show the baseball world that I'll show you why I'm the highest paid pitcher in baseball. That can work against you.
Rolled over foul by Chad Tracy. Of course, the Florida Marlins are actually paying most of Hampton's salary these days. Real bizarre deal when Hampton was technically traded to Florida, and then they assumed his contract, dealt him to Atlanta, and for a smaller market team, paying a lot of his money now with a big market club in Atlanta.
That was strange. So really, Mike Hampton's pitching for the Atlanta Braves for nearly free. Kind of a nice gig if you can get it for the Atlanta Braves.
3-1 to Chad Tracy, and he takes ball 4. Boy, a couple of excellent at bats tonight by Tracy against the left-hander.
Well, after he put a lump on Hampton's leg the first time, Hampton decided, you know what, I don't think I want to throw this kid any strikes. So kind of nitpicked a little bit, and Tracy laid off all of them. Great at bat.
Tracy with all kinds of family at the ball game here tonight. We met his father in the hotel a little bit earlier today. His grandparents are here. His mother is here. And lots of friends as well. They make their home in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Not a bad drive from here.
About how far is that, Tom?
A little over 4 or 5 hours.
Just enough time once you start to get tired of driving, you're here.
Absolutely.
It's good to have the Tracy family here.
On the outside corner, a strike, 0-1 to Cada. Man reached on an error by Mark DeRosa his first time up.
My goodness. What a lousy call that was.
Matt thought so too. Greg Gibson, the home plate umpire.
That pitch was not even close to a strike.
In the air, left center field, Chipper Jones waving off Andrew Jones. 2 are gone here in the Diamondback third. Well, the Diamondbacks have already scored more runs for Randy Johnson tonight than they did in his last start when he got beat by Tom Glavine 1-0.
And that was kind of the beginning of the downfall when the Diamondbacks had come out and just lambasted the Mets back-to-back games. Then you get a great outing like Johnson had, and you get beat 1-0. Since then, they weren't even competitive the last 4 games of that homestand.
Ball 1 to Luis Gonzalez. He bounced into a double play, ending the first inning.
But now a fresh start. First day of a long road trip. Tommy, you're going to get to know me real well this road trip.
Absolutely.
Bunk beds? What do you think?
It's what I heard you and I are having in Florida.
That's right.
Yeah.
I get that. Can I have the top one, or you want the top one?
It doesn't make any difference.
I am getting.
What about a houseboat? Why do you get
it? You might want to sleep on top.
Well, I figured a guy like you with all your connections down there, you know, that South Beach crowd, that you could, you know, get us lined up for like one of those big houseboats.
Well, I would think that you know, I do have some pull down there. I think I'll see what I can do. Let's see if we can get a houseboat and have the whole crew on there.
Absolutely. We'll set sail maybe after the afternoon game on Sunday. That'll be a 4-day trip into Florida. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then wrap it up Monday afternoon.
Well, how about that team? Is that a special young team down there?
And the oldest manager in all of baseball leading. Well, what a great job Jack McKeon did last year. There's ball 4 to Gonzo. 2 walks here in the 3rd inning, and now a chance for Hillenbrand.
Kind of makes you wonder if Hampton's leg is tightened up at all. Throwing the ball wherever he wanted the first 2 innings. Now he's walked a couple of guys, and that's what you do. You have to make Mike Hampton throw strikes because his ball moves so much. You got to get him up in the zone, keep him around belt high, and then his ball flattens out and you can whack it.
It moves almost as much as that guy normally does. Leo Mazzoni.
What a delightful guy Mazzoni is.
Funny man.
He is hilarious. Still wears his Notre Dame t-shirt underneath all the time. He's rocking now. There he goes.
I've always been fascinated by those people, and Leo is one of these kind of people that can always remember every joke they ever hear. You know,
right.
I mean, every time you see him, he said, "Hey, have I told you about?" And he'll have 10 or 15 in a row if he got the time to sit there and talk with him. It's amazing.
And they're all hilarious.
Yeah.
None of them are lousy jokes. They're all hilarious. Tell you what, it's pretty good. Talk about job security.
Yeah.
Atlanta Braves pitching coach for the last 12 years.
0-2 to Hillenbrand with 2 on and 2 out. And there's strike 3 called, which will end the inning. 2 men left, middle of the 3rd. Diamondbacks lead Mike Hampton and the Braves 1-0.
First time you saw them.
1 strike away.
Goosebumps.
This is the moment they've been waiting for.
Heart palpitations.
Here it comes.
Sweaty palms. They're baseball's all-time games.
There's a drive. Way back.
We live the excitement all over again with a marathon of incredible matchups. Next up, an all-time games triple header with 3 amazing ALCS matchups. Saturday, starting at 10 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
What's great about MLB tonight is that you will see every big play.
He stole home.
MLB Tonight is an opportunity to do live look-ins and learn about baseball.
Let's go inside the park right now to Colorado. Off to AT&T Park we go.
We take you to Wrigley Field.
This is live baseball you're watching right now.
The live look-ins are great because whether it be a big home run or a big strikeout, we get to pop inside the game live to see it happen when it happens.
A slam for Kubel, and the cycle is complete.
We'll have the ability to go in breaking a big situation in a particular game.
The first Ranger to get 6 hits in a 9-inning game.
We can find those key matchups or these key moments when the game's best hitter is matched up against the game's best on the bump.
See ya! It's his first swing back, a 3-run home run.
Sure, you want to know what's happening with your team, and we're not only going to give them that, we're going to give them a broad slice of what's happening everywhere else in Major League Baseball.
MLB Tonight at 6 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
So you've been doing a nice job out there helping people save money on car insurance.
Oh, thank you, sir.
But I think there are a few other things you can say about what a reliable company Geico is.
Right, well, maybe our Geico's the 3rd largest car insurance company in America. Nice tidbit there.
Exactly. And I've been thinking, looking a bit more businesslike might help too.
Oh, my. No, it's... What's the word?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Why is it raining? Who's the rain?
Roger that. No rain, no rainbows.
Could you tell us what's going on? Yeah, the cake is en route, the tulips just arrived, and the groom is...
He's getting cold feet.
I'm okay. No, I'm not.
Look, we gotta go now. The light's perfect.
I need the stunt groom now. What's a stunt groom?
Jackpot.
Get work done now. Nextel Direct Connect with GPS tracking. Only on the Now Network.
Last of the 3rd, 1-0 Diamondbacks, and Randy Johnson going to work on the bottom of the order. DeRosa, Green, and Hampton. Randy is not allowed a base runner. He struck out 4 of the first 6.
This Mark DeRosa is a mystery. I always thought this kid was going to be a real good player. He's really off to a slow start this year.
And really getting a chance to play every day for the first time. Hit that ball a long way the other way, but Danny Bautista there.
Did Maryland pick Danny Bautista?
Nope.
Maryland.
Green replacing Marcus Giles. Here's the collision, and this is ugly.
Well, I don't even want to watch this.
Broken collarbone for Giles, and as you can see by the replay, talking with Don Sutton and Joe Simpson, the Atlanta Braves broadcasters, they said when they saw it in person, they were thankful that's all it was.
You know
the way
what?
his head snapped back, and it was ugly.
It looked like he could have broken about everything possible right there. What a shot he took at full speed. Just glad it's just a collarbone.
One and 2 on Nick Green with 1 out and nobody on. Green 2 for his first 6. Made his major league debut in that game, replacing Marcus Giles. And got his first hit and first RBI in the 5th inning of that game.
Well, nice going, Nick.
They liked this kid a lot. He was leading the International League with a .377 batting average. Got a lot of playing time in the spring. It's where he caught the eye of Bobby Cox.
Well, Randy's throwing hard, Tom. He's got his good fastball tonight. He's using a lot of fastballs, and I like to see that. Randy's a fastball pitcher first, and then the sliders off of it.
Pulled foul. Talked about Marcus Giles. We'd like to send him a happy birthday. 26 years old today.
Well, happy birthday, Marcus. Sorry you can't be out on the field to enjoy it a little more.
Of course, last year he had the collision with Mark Pryor.
That's
charging in the field, a ground ball hit towards second. Pryor was running first to second. And Giles suffered a concussion on the play.
Of course, his brother Brian playing for the Padres, the right fielder. I think that would be kind of cool if not only, you know, you see some brother tandems in the major leagues, but wouldn't that be cool if they both made the All-Star team in the same year? Because they're both All-Star caliber players. And Giles was well on his way.
Cintrone charges, throws in time. Nice play by Alex on a slow roller to the left side.
Nice play by Alex Cintrone there. Alex driving in the solo run. He's comes up with a tough hop, makes a good strong throw to just nip Green. Nice play, Alex. Randy will be very happy with you.
Now Mike Hampton with 2 down and nobody on.
This guy could easily be hitting 6th in this lineup, Tommy.
You're not lying. 12 home runs. Well, what do you think about that award, Gracie? A Silver Slugger Award for pitchers.
That's an oxymoron.
Yeah.
No question about it. Because he's one of maybe 3 guys in the big leagues that are actually decent hitters. So, but this guy is a very good hitter.
One-two pitch. Just low.
You see position players swing over the top of that one. He was able to lay off of it.
Now the break-even pitch. Fastball at 96 miles per hour.
Wow. Oh, baby.
5 strikeouts through the first 9 batters for Johnson.
MLB Network is proud to present the definitive epic of America's pastime.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. The choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it.
Baseball, directed by award-winning documentarian Ken Burns. Every Sunday, the acclaimed series that brings the greatest players and the greatest moments of the game to life in a way that you've never seen before. We live the triumphs.
There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron.
The tragedies.
I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
And the celebrations of the game.
Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
And every week, Ken Burns shares new personal insight in an exclusive interview.
It is the American game.
Ken Burns is Baseball, Sunday at 8 Eastern on MLB Network.
Introducing the Golden Corral 7-Day Dinner Cruise, a different dinner theme every night. Monday is Seafood Extravaganza. Tuesday, Sizzles with Applewood Bacon. Wednesday is our Hickory Bourbon Grill. It's all on our endless buffet, all for around $10. Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
You ready for the ultimate baseball experience? Presenting MLB.TV Premium. MLB.TV Premium 2009 features include HD quality and the ability to pause and rewind live games right from your computer. Choose from home or away coverage and watch up to 4 out-of-market games at once. Subscribe now and get $10 off last year's subscription price. For details, go to MLB.TV and experience baseball like never before.
MLB.TV. MLB.TV. MLB.TV.
MLB.TV Premium, where baseball is always on.
Junior goes back to the track. The wall makes the catch. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3. He did it. His first complete game is a shutout.
The 2009 MLB first-year player draft. Live from MLB Network's Studio 42. The dream begins Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
Very unique routine when he steps into the batter's box.
Incredible. Oh, my goodness.
He steps back into the box, and here comes the pitch. Did he do it? He did!
You talk about fearless.
Everything you love about baseball is on MLB Network. Our national pastime all the time.
Steve Finley to lead things off. He'll be followed by Danny Bautista and Alex Cintron. Diamondbacks with a 1-0 lead. Scored in the second inning on a single by Danny, a double by Alex. They had 2 on in the third and left him there. Finley hit a ball a long way, caught in front of the wall in right center field his first time up. 1-1. Hampton this year apparently has not only struggled batter after batter, he has struggled in at bats with the same batter, meaning he'll look great for a couple of pitches, and then all of a sudden he'll leave 2 or 3 balls in an at bat that guys can whack. You give them that many chances, they're not going to miss them. On the ground to Julio Franco, and Steve retired one away. And they really believe most of his problems stem from mechanics. He just can't get the same release point, thus Mark, like you talked about. Sometimes that sinker will just eat you up. Then other times it's right down the middle of the plate.
Exactly. And this guy, over the course of his career, knew exactly where that sinker was going. Kept everything at the knees, running, cutting, diving. You know, the last couple of years, it's just been a lot of them around belt high and right down the middle. Those are easy to hit.
Danny chases one and rolls over, quickly 2 away.
See, that's the kind of pitcher that Mike Hampton's always been. Something down around the ankles. All you're going to do with it if you swing at it is that right there, a little chopper to the third baseman. But then lately he'll come out and Didn't make a bad pitch to this hitter, so just got to stay with him.
The Braves are hoping that Hampton will get in a groove like he did after a slow start last year. And they really think if he could just have a good first inning, which he had tonight, and, you know, get 4 or 5 innings in a game where he's on a pretty good roll, that maybe that will get him started. He's throwing the ball pretty well here tonight.
So far, so good. He has made some really good pitches. And now all of a sudden he's left a couple of balls up, and now he's 2-0 to Alex. It's just very strange how pitchers of this quality can all of a sudden just lose it for a couple of 3 pitches.
2-0 to Alex Cintrone, who knocked in the only run of the game with a double. Lines this one to short, and that'll end the inning. 1-2-3 go the Diamondbacks for the first time tonight. We head for the bottom of the 4th, 1-0.
This week, star outfielders look to spell victory in Oakland as the O's' Adam Jones looks to stop Matt Holliday and the A's. Orioles versus Athletics on Saturday Night Baseball. Saturday, live at 9 Eastern on MLB Network.
MLB Tonight is going to be a lot of fun for us to be able to sit at the desk and give viewers a really good sense as to what's happening throughout the league.
We're able to break down certain plays, certain actions, and take our time doing it.
There's going to be scores, updates, highlights. You'll be able to not only follow your favorite team, but all 30 teams in Major League Baseball.
A baseball fan will never have to change the channel. They can cruise the entire Major League Baseball schedule at one sitting.
I think the uniqueness of being able to look into games live, breaking stories, breaking news items that come up, it's second to none when it comes to coverage on a nightly basis.
We can get you ready before the game. What's happening? Are there injuries? Are there guys scratched? And then post-game, we have access to interview players across the league. I don't think there's better access before, during, and after games than MLB Tonight.
I think on a daily basis, you get a chance to see something that you've never seen achieved before.
MLB Tonight at 6 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
Sometimes the best way to get closer is to get as far away from it all as possible. Don't let erectile dysfunction get in the way. Viagra, America's most prescribed ED treatment, can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. Ready to talk to your doctor? Find out how at Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. 20 million men have had the Viagra conversation. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
That hits the spot.
Drinkability. Means Bud Light is good wherever you are.
If you're at a party, or playing golf, like those guys, or at the bar. Draw another door.
Don't say draw.
Never filling, always refreshing. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
7 aces.
Pizza! We got pizza! I'm John, with Papa John.
Hey, Papa's in the house.
How about some Papa John pizza?
Papa's got something for every taste. The meats, loaded with 5 real meats. Or our Tuscan 6 cheese. Your choice, just $10.99 each for a large.
Papa John's!
The meats are Tuscan 6 cheese, $10.99 each.
Hi, this is Chuck Storm. I'm live at the scene where last night there was a robbery at about 3:30 in the morning. Now, police have...
Randy Johnson has set down the first 9 to come to bat against him tonight. Top of the order here in the Atlanta fourth inning. Garcia, Franco, and Chipper Jones. Randy, 5 strikeouts. He's thrown 45 pitches. And the 0-2. See you later.
Wow.
Well, who better to turn to than Big Todd Walsh for some historical perspective on Joneses through the years?
Yeah, let's keep up with the Joneses, shall we, Tom and Mark? There are other Major League Jones that you know of, maybe some you haven't heard of, our research staff. How about Bumpus Jones, Fielder Jones, Cowboy Jones, Cleon Jones of the Miracle Mets, Odell Jones, I think from the Pittsburgh Pirates fame, Dalton Jones, Mac Jones. There were 2 Deacon Jones, but neither, of course, David Deacon Jones of the Fearsome Foursome. You had Binky Jones, Nippy Jones. You never heard of Binky? There was Red Jones, Broadway Jones, Tom, Tex Jones, Elijah, Jim, Jack, and Charlie. And there was one Davy Jones, but don't confuse that Davy with the lead singer of the Monkees or the other Davy Jones who had to change his name to David Bowie because Davy Jones of the Monkees was a more marketable product than...
We're getting brought up on lots of different topics here. Hey, a wealth of knowledge.
Speaking of Barnaby
the King.
Jones,
go ahead.
Barnaby Jones, did you ever see the episode, guys, where Buddy Ebsen, who played Barnaby Jones, actually arrested the criminal on the show who happened to be Max Bayer, who played Jethro?
That's right.
An amazing episode.
Straight away center field, and Finley will have room in front of the track. Wow.
Well, there was me and Mrs. Jones.
That's right.
Oh, there you go.
Absolutely. That was a big league tune.
Yes, it was.
Billy Paul.
Paul Notes does a great version of that.
Well, Tom Jones obviously had a very short time of it in the major leagues and then went on a bigger and better thing.
That's
Absolutely.
right.
He knew where his...
What's new, pussycat? Whoa. Boy, did all the girls love Tom Jones.
They still do. Jeez. Been going strong low these many years.
You never saw the episode when Jethro was arrested?
I never saw that. Max Baer. Wow. Well, Barnaby Jones always got his man.
Yes, he did.
But at the end of that episode, he said, "Well, doggies." That's why I kind of crossed over the whole.
Really? No, I never saw that episode.
Too much time on my hands.
Barnaby Jones.
Way too much.
That's some. That is some of the best useless information.
Thank you.
I sure learned a lot, though.
I have.
I mean, I'm still blown away by the David Bowie thing.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
It really is unbelievable.
Davy Jones was bigger than Bowie at the time.
Nobody bigger than the big unit.
Look at a big boy tonight.
7 strikeouts through the front 4.
Trying to ground and pound. Big shot. Wow. It's time for ball. It's time for ball. It's time for ball. It's time for ball. It's time for ball.
UFC 2009 Undisputed. Available now. Rated T for teen.
7 out of 10 men prefer Degree fragrances over a leading Old Spice fragrance. New Degree men's deodorant. Mind-blowing fragrances.
When it comes to going bald, you now have a choice. Advances in medical science have resulted in the world's first and only permanent solution to hair loss.
It is your real hair. It's your natural hair. You wash it, you cut it, you swim with it.
Bosley is the world's most experienced hair restoration experts, having pioneered virtually every major advancement in the art and science of hair restoration.
I'm very satisfied, very happy with what I've done. This has got to be one of the best decisions I've made in my life, I'll tell you that.
Bosley Hair Restoration is a relatively simple outpatient procedure. The results look completely natural, and it's affordable on nearly any budget. Call the toll-free number now to receive your free, no-obligation information kit that will help you decide if hair restoration at Bosley is right for you. You don't have to accept going bald. Do something about it right now.
Call 1-800-987-8296. That's 1-800-987-8296. Call now.
MLB Network is proud to bring you these great Arizona Diamondbacks moments.
Here come the Arizona Diamondbacks. Enjoy the ride.
And the Diamondbacks have their first win. It's the game over. The game is over. Oh my God! Can you believe this team? High drive, and he is tied Ken Griffey Jr.'s major league record with 13 home runs in the month of April. 20 for the big unit. 4,000 strikeouts for Randy Johnson. He joins Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens, and Steve Carlton. And the 2-2 slider swung on and missed. And Randy Johnson, at age 40 years, has painted an absolute masterpiece. For the fourth time in the team history of Diamondbacks will advance to the playoffs. The Diamondbacks are going to the National League Championship Series. And the Arizona Diamondbacks become the fastest expansion franchise to reach the World Series. And the 0-1 delivery. And a little blooper. Base hit! Diamondbacks win! They're the world champion! Gonzalez did it! It doesn't get any better than that. Honk your horn, stomp your feet, celebrate in Arizona.
MLB Network. Our national pastime all the time.
Welcome back to MLB Network Presents All-Time Games. So far, so good for the big unit. 12 up and 12 down, with 7 falling by the wayside via the strikeout. However, Johnson's impeccable command wasn't always a staple of his game, as in his first 3 full big league seasons with the Mariners from 1990 to 92, Johnson led the league in walks, while also leading the league in hit batsmen in 92 and 93. Despite his total control of the early goings-on in this 2004 contest, Johnson finds himself up just 1-0 on the Braves as the Diamondbacks bat in the top half of the 5th inning at Turner Field in Atlanta.
Richie Sexson, taking batting practice today, was really happy. He said that he went to right field a couple of times because that was a clear indication to him that he is well on his way back. So there was no pain. We'll hear more from him tonight on the Arizona Sports Report and tomorrow on our Diamondbacks Countdown show.
We will look forward to it. And of course, the Diamondbacks are hoping that there will be no ill effects tomorrow with that shoulder, and he'll take batting practice again the next couple of days, including quote unquote live batting practice against Shane Reynolds here on Thursday. And then if he's ready to roll, maybe Friday, Richie Sexson back in the lineup. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Hammock a fly ball right at Chipper Jones. 1 away.
Well, hopefully the Diamondbacks offense won't get complacent here, Tom. We saw that a couple of times in the homestand. They get off to an early start, score a couple of runs, and then just decide to sit on it. And let's hope that doesn't happen tonight, because Hampton's kind of rolling through them here in the middle of the game.
Randy Johnson down a strike. Randy struck out against Hampton his first time up. The last Diamondback hit, and they only have 2. They came back to back to produce a run in the 2nd inning. Single by Bautista and then the double by Alex Introne.
And remember, right before Danny Bautista's hit was when Johnny Estrada couldn't find that little tapper in front of the mound.
Lined into right field. That ball smoked by Johnson. But right at J.D. Drew.
Tell you what, if he could have got some elevation on that ball, we might have seen an Oppo homer from the big boy. It's all right. I don't want to see him run the bases. Just get out there and pitch, big fella.
Now Tracy, who has had a couple of excellent at bats, hit a line drive right off Hampton's leg. Hampton picked it up, threw him out his first time up. And then Tracy drew a walk in the third. Wicked breaking ball there for strike one.
Well, he had never seen a curve ball from Mike Hampton. He just saw a beauty there. That's the great thing about Chad Tracy hitting 340 is he's never seen Mike Hampton. He's never seen any of these guys he's facing. He's still out there doing a heck of a job. And he's not a leadoff hitter. He's never done that before. He's doing anything he can to help this ball club get out of the funk.
And they generally say the first time against a guy, advantage pitcher, right?
Well, it's always advantage pitcher, I think, but
diving play by DeRosa, and the throw is offline. We'll see how they score that. That was a mighty tough play by DeRosa. Looked like a good throw would have had him, and they scored a base hit.
And I think that's the right play because it would have taken a superb effort by DeRosa. Great job. What a nice play diving. It's hard to get up and throw it right on the money, but nice try by DeRosa. And Franco couldn't stay on the bag. He tried to do the toe dance, and right off the end of his glove. I got to give that a base hit too.
So you were saying now you think advantage pitcher?
Well, I think it's always advantage pitcher. I think the more you see a guy, the more you know how. For instance, when I was playing, I always kept in the back of my mind, how have I had success off this guy, and how has he had success off me? If I've hit fastballs off this guy, I'm not going to be looking for too many fastballs. This guy's gotten me out with sliders in the past. I would imagine that's the way he's going to. And then it becomes a chess match, and he's thinking, well, Gracie knows I've gotten him out with sliders, so I might throw him some fastballs. But I think it's always advantage pitcher.
Down the right field line towards the corner. The ball is foul.
But I think the more you see a guy and the more you know the type of pitcher he is, the way his ball tends to move, I think you start to get a little more advantageous to the hitter. But I think early it's always advantage pitcher.
Oh, and 2 to Cada. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Diamondbacks with a 1-0 lead.
That's the other thing about it. Tracy hitting in the leadoff spot. You get a lot of pickoff throws over there because they think you can run. They don't know you. Oh, he must be fast if he's leading off.
Grounded foul. Well, Chad has attempted 3 stolen bases. A couple of them were hit and runs where there was no hit. And he was thrown out because there's not a lot of running.
That's a bad feeling too, when you're out by 35 feet on a hit and run where there was no hit.
Right.
It was just a run.
Again, 0-2 to Matt Cada. Down and in, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Giants and the Cubs opening a series tonight at Wrigley Field. Jason Schmidt on the mound in that one for San Francisco. The Dodgers are in the 4th inning with a 6-5 lead over Philadelphia.
A little slugfest going on there.
Indeed. And that was Wilson Alvarez, who had an ERA of 1. Swing and a miss, strike 3 with a runner going, and that'll end the inning. A hit, a man left, middle of the 5th. 1-0 Diamondbacks.
MLB Network is proud to present the definitive epic of America's pastime, baseball, directed by award-winning documentarian Ken Burns. Sunday, inning 9, baseball suffers a serious blow with the 1972 players' strike, and Hank Aaron brings the fans back.
My favorite line in the whole film is, he said, "I never knew my mother could hug so tight."
Ken Burns' Baseball, Sunday at 8 Eastern on MLB Network.
Kentucky Grilled Chicken.
New Kentucky Grilled Chicken, marinated and grilled to perfection for that 5-star fall-off-the-bone taste. Mix original and grilled in your bucket. 10 delicious pieces for just $9.99. Tasty on fry side of KFC.
There's no better experience than seeing a Major League Baseball game live at the ballpark.
And there's no easier way to get to the ballpark than buying your tickets from MLB.com. Simply go to MLB.com/tickets where you can select, buy, and print your tickets right from your computer. MLB.com/tickets offers everything from single games to group packages to season tickets for your favorite team. MLB.com/tickets, your one-stop ticket shop.
Right here.
Right here.
Right here on MLB.com.
Sheffield leading off in the bottom of the 7th. Mets down by a run. And he drives one deep down the left field line. It's out of here! Gary Sheffield with his 500th career home run.
And smoke down the right field line. And the O-Dog is loose. He is around second. He has just hit for the cycle.
Woodall, the 9th man to bat here in the 8th. A high blast to right field. Up, back, gone, a grand slam for Woodall, and the cycle is complete.
We'll show you the big moments as they happen. Let's go live to Los Angeles.
Let's go live to the Metrodome. That's what we do that nobody else can do. We go right inside the park and get there. That's pretty awesome.
Go inside the park on MLB Tonight. That's tonight at 6 Eastern on MLB Network.
You look at Randy Johnson, 12 up, 12 down through the front 4. Lined into left field right at Gonzalez off the bat of Andrew Jones. 1 pitch and 1 out, by far the hardest hit ball of the night by Atlanta.
Well, Tommy, you know, he's perfect through 4, and when you start to see some outs like that, you kind of think, I wonder if this might be a special night. And that's all I'm going to say.
Leave it at that.
No, I'm going to have to say more eventually.
Randy Johnson, 9 of 13 first pitch strikes. He's gone to 0-2 5 times, 1-2 3 other times. And 5 strikeouts in those situations, 7 strikeouts overall in the game so far. 13 in a row set down by Johnson to begin this ball game. Johnny Estrada had a 10-pitch at bat his first time up. Johnson wound up striking him out. Threw a fastball at 96 up and away, and he's ahead 0-2.
Randy's getting a lot of swings at that high and away fastball tonight. That's when you know Randy's throwing hard. When you start seeing swings at pitches that are higher than high, I'm talking neck high, nose high, that's when you know Randy's got his great fastball.
0-2 on Estrada. Fought it off. Another fastball. Johnson will turn 41 years old on September the 10th. Last year, limited to just 18 starts due to the injured right knee that put him on the DL twice. Had it surgically repaired. And finished the season very strong. I'm sure there had to be some doubts in his mind about whether he was going to be healthy enough again to pitch the way he did the year before. And he's throwing the ball as well this season as we've seen him in any season. 1-2.
Well, he really has. He has been so solid for the D-backs. Per usual, you've come to expect that from him. And if he keeps this up, he's going to have to sign another big extension. Pitch till he's like Nolan Ryan, 46 years old or something.
Down the left field line, looking foul.
Is it starting to sink in here, Tommy? Are you beginning to feel what I'm feeling?
I feel it.
Ball's just barely foul. Line drives finding gloves. Got his A stuff. We may have to start getting a little serious here.
It's a big batter right here because this kid really battled Johnson in the 2nd inning. And he's battling him again here. That fastball at 97 miles per hour.
And up out of the zone. Kid still able to fight it off. This guy gave Randy all he wanted before striking out. His first at bat, he's doing it again.
Johnson okays a sign, and again the 1-2. And it's into right center field. Danny is there to away in the inning.
I think that was pitch number 7 of that at bat. So this kid has seen 17 pitches.
Isn't that amazing?
But he's 0 for 2. That is amazing. That's
2 at bats. And again, you talk about the advantage pitcher against hitter. This is the first time his kid's seen Randy Johnson.
That's right. But he's battling, and you know, you're 0 for 2. You're dejected, but man, you're getting a lot of respect from the Diamondbacks and your own teammates.
And you can bet from Randy Johnson as well. Randy okaying with the umpire. You saw he asked where was that pitch? Was it low or was it away? Umpire told him. He said, all right.
And that's
now
how
right
you
back
ask.
to work.
That is how you ask. You don't holler at the umpire. You just ask politely, where'd you have that one? And they'll usually tell you. Now, if you act a fool out on the mound or something, umpire might just
lined into right field, and Bautista is there. Couple of line drive outs in the inning. We go to the 6th, 1-0.
First time you saw them.
1 strike away.
Goosebumps.
This is the moment they've been waiting for.
Heart palpitations.
Here it comes.
Sweaty palms. They're baseball's all-time games.
There's a drive. Way back.
We live the excitement all over again with a marathon of incredible matchups. Next up, an all-time games triple header with 3 amazing ALCS matchups. Saturday, starting at 10 Eastern, only on MLB Network. Why watch TV on Saturday night? MLB Network brings you 30 amazing reasons.
It's the catch! Oh, baby!
Saturday Night Baseball on MLB Network. The best reason to stay home on the weekends. Saturday, star outfielders look to spell victory in Oakland as the O's' Adam Jones looks to stop Matt Holliday and the A's. Orioles versus Athletics on Saturday Night Baseball. Saturday, live at 9 Eastern on MLB Network. MLB Network is proud to present the definitive epic of America's pastime. Baseball, directed by award-winning documentarian Ken Burns. Sunday, inning 9. Baseball suffers a serious blow with the 1972 players' strike, and Hank Aaron brings the fans back.
My favorite line in the whole film is, he said, I never knew my mother could hug so tight.
Ken Burns' Baseball, Sunday at 8 Eastern on MLB Network.
Attention, all Medicare beneficiaries, there is a Medicare benefit that may qualify you for a new power chair or scooter at little to no cost to you.
At the scooter store, we're experts at getting you the scooter or power chair you need.
Your power chair will be paid in full.
I didn't pay a penny out of pocket for my power chair. With help from the scooter store, Medicare and my insurance covered it all.
Call 1-800-313-5942 for free information. That number again is 1-800-313-5942.
Gonna rise up, find my direction magnetically. Gonna rise up, throw down my ace in the hole.
This is where the end of cancer begins. Stand up with all of us. Stand up. Stand up to cancer.
Rock delivers. High drive into deep right field, and the hitting streak goes to 30 as Gonzalez hammers a 2-run home run to right. That would be the final game in the hitting streak of Luis Gonzalez in 1999. 5 years ago today, it came to an end. I guess technically 5 years ago tomorrow. That was a game he went hitless in.
30 games. That's an amazing streak.
How about 56?
That's unheard of. That's one I don't think will ever be broken. I really don't.
Well, Sports Illustrated went through probably 10 or 15 of the, I guess most prestigious records that are held in professional sports today. They did it, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, and went to a Las Vegas odds maker, and they have ways of figuring out what odds are. That's what they do for a living. And the longest odds of a record being broken was the 56-game hit streak.
And you're talking about baseball or all of sports?
All sports. All sports, more than the most yards passing or most yards rushing or most points or consecutive games with however many points in a basketball, whatever.
I think the other, well, I don't know if you can put this Cy Young's career wins. I mean, I what was it, 500 and some odd wins. I don't think that one will ever be.
No chance. Nor will 4,256 hits. Nobody's getting that one either.
Pete Rose's career hits is safe. Yeah. I don't think anybody's going to get that. But the 56 is something that everybody can relate to. People, it's not a career thing. It's just a by season thing, which is a little more fun to deal with.
Saw the shot out on the wall here at Turner Field about one of the game's all-time greats, the all-time home run king, Henry Aaron. And Barry Bonds in his pursuit of the all-time home run record in baseball.
Well, one that also will never, now that we're talking about, is Cal Ripken's career games.
Yep. That one checked up on Hampton. And he still throws out Gonzalez. You reach for it and then it bounces away from you.
That one had a lot of cue ball English on it. And hit the sand wedge. Spins it back, but Hampton's such a good athlete, such a good fielder, just never panics. Steps and throws. But like I said, Mike Hampton's starting to go through the Diamondbacks as Randy is to the Braves. Got to put some pressure on these guys. Get a little offense going.
Shea Hillenbrand grounded to short in the second inning. He ended the third with 2 on when he struck out. 1-0 to Hillenbrand.
That's what you have to do. You have to lay off those low sinkers and curveballs. Make him get it up in the zone. He got Gonzo to chase a low one.
DeRosa throws high, but Franco able to keep the foot on the bag. 2 away.
DeRosa does a good job, plants his feet, throws it high, but Franco goes to the back of the bag. And you can do that because the ball is coming down. If you stay in the front of the bag, you may have to leap for that throw. But if you go behind the bag, it may come down just enough to get to your glove. Good play by Julio.
And I guess you do that when the ball might go over your head if you try to stay in front of the bag, right?
Right. If you see the ball higher than high and you're thinking you may have to jump, sometimes you can go to the back of the bag and the ball will come down to you. The gravity will bring it down to you, and that was the right play. Oh, dear.
Finley puts a charge into one to right center field. And again, a long, loud out for Finley. He's hit a couple of balls in 95% of the parks in baseball would have gotten out of here tonight.
Sheffield leading off in the bottom of the 7th. Mets down by a run. And he drives one deep down the left field line. It's out of here! Gary Sheffield with his 500th career home run. And smoke down the right field line. And the O-Dog is loose. He is around second. He has just hit for the cycle. Woodall, the 9th man to bat here in the 8th. A high blast to right field. Out, back, on a grand slam for Woodall, and the cycle is complete.
We'll show you the big moments as they happen. Let's go live to Los Angeles.
Let's go live to the Metrodome. That's what we do that nobody else can do. We go right inside the park and get there. That's pretty awesome.
Go inside the park on MLB Tonight. That's tonight at 6 Eastern on MLB Network.
Who's the rain?
Roger that.
No rain, no rainbows.
Could you tell us what's going on? Yeah, the cake is en route, the tulips just arrived, and the groom is...
He's getting cold feet.
I'm okay. No, I'm not.
Look, we gotta go now. The light's perfect.
I need the stunt groom now. What's a stunt groom?
Jackpot.
Get work done now. Nextel Direct Connect with GPS tracking. Only on the Now Network.
Pick a city, then get a 4-star hotel at a 2-star price from Hotwire.com. When 4-star hotels have unsold rooms, they use Hotwire to fill them. So you get the lowest prices guaranteed.
HOTWIRE, Hotwire.com.
Wood finishing projects can feel too big to tackle, but Minwax always makes it easy with rich wood stains and clear protective finishes. It's that simple. Minwax makes and keeps wood beautiful.
Hi, this is Chuck Storm. I'm live at the scene where last night there was a robbery at about 3:30 in the morning. Now, police have...
Here we go in the bottom of the 6th inning. Diamondbacks leading 1-0. 15 up, 15 down for Randy Johnson. 1-1 on DeRosa, bottom third of the order. Will be followed by Nick Green and then the pitcher Mike Hampton.
Johnson should be fresh still, only in the 60s with his pitch count. Throwing a lot of strikes tonight, Tommy.
Is he ever? Tapper left side. Tracy throws out DeRosa to begin the 6th inning. Nick Green grounded to short his first time up. Takes a pitch way inside for ball 1. Johnson has thrown 52 strikes. Only 17 balls in the entire game. Amazing.
That is fabulous efficiency.
1-1 to Green.
Still throwing hard, Tommy. 95 miles an hour on that heater to Green. Green unable to catch up with it. Boy, when this guy gets it going, it is so much fun to watch. Randy, not Green.
I understand. I think people at home figured that's what you were talking about.
Well, sometimes you have to clarify.
Johnson looking in, getting the sign from Robbie Hammock, going to work. 2-1 on Green. Check swing and a miss on a slider that almost brought him to his knees.
The old equalizer, put a wrinkle in it, take all the fun out of it for one Nick Green. Let's see if he throws it again. Usually if you make a guy look bad with one, you come back with it. Let's see if Randy does.
Challenge with a fastball.
Came with the gas.
Nary an Atlanta Brave has reached base in a game here tonight. And we're in the bottom of the 6th inning with 1 out. Two-two pitch. Struck him out on a slider. Strikeout number 8 for Johnson. His first strikeout since the 4th inning.
Gorgeous slider. Just gorgeous. Not so gorgeous to Nick Green, but bottom drops out of this slider. Right over the top of it. Beautiful pitch.
Now the pitcher Hampton. And Johnson gonna take a look in to get the sign from Hammock. 2 down, nobody on. First pitch slider, strike 1 to the Atlanta pitcher.
Just strike after strike after strike, Tommy.
57 strikes against 17 balls of his 74 pitches in the game here tonight.
He threw that pitch right where he wanted to, Tom. You saw Robbie Hammock reach high, show him throw it to me up here. Randy threw it just where Robbie Hammock wanted it.
Fastball threw it right by him. 1 ball and 2 strikes at 97 miles per hour on his 76th pitch of the game.
Gas.
One and 2 to Hampton. Tapper towards short, charging hard. Cintrone, the throw is in time to get Hampton at first. And Johnson, a big high five for Alex as he goes trotting back to the dugout. 18 up, 18 down for Johnson in Atlanta. 9 more outs to go.
Ball drive. If it stays fair, home run.
Junior goes back to the track. The wall makes the catch. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3. He did it. His first complete game is a shutout.
The 2009 MLB first-year player draft. Live from MLB Network's Studio 42. The dream begins Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Only on MLB Network.
Very unique routine when he steps into the batter's box.
Incredible. Oh, my goodness.
He steps back into the box, and here comes the pitcher. Did he do it? He did!
You talk about fearless.
Everything you love about baseball is on MLB Network. Our national pastime all the time.
We like to establish our dominance with a fastball.
Make sure you're getting up over your front leg. We throw inside when we have to. And we don't listen to that.
The major leagues down to the minor details. Major League Baseball 2K9. Rated E for everyone.
Today, we can't remember a thing from last night. Find out what happened in the movie critics are calling laugh out loud hilarious.
Whose maybe is it?
Where's your car, officer?
All right, don't say a word.
The Hangover. Rated R. Now playing.
I ask you, what does a walk-off homer look like in the box score? A bunch of little numbers? That's not baseball. Little numbers in a newspaper is Sudoku or whatever you call it.
Your team's games are home games with the MLB Extra Innings package, no matter where you live. Follow your fantasy roster and get games in high def with MLB Extra Innings enhanced viewing features.
Welcome to baseball heaven.
Get MLB Extra Innings from your video service provider. Call and order today.
Johnson has been, well, remarkable here through the front 6 innings. He has not thrown more than 5 balls out of the strike zone in any single inning in the game.
Notice nobody's sitting near him. Nobody's talking to him. Paul Lessard, he's always sitting next to him. He's got to be next to him.
Well, the Diamondbacks could give him a little bit more breathing room. Certainly you're thinking about one thing, but the thing that you can't forget about is still the score of this game.
That's right. You got to win this baby first. You got to score some more runs.
You'd hate to see a guy pitching the way Johnson is pitching, have him make one mistake, and then all of a sudden you're in a tie ball game.
Yeah, you'd like to give him some breathing room here.
Broken bat roller to the second baseman Green, who throws out Danny Bautista.
Not many hard hit balls off of Mike Hampton tonight, Tommy.
Oh, Bautista singled into right field in the second inning. The hardest hit ball that produced a hit was the double by Cintrone, which drove in Danny in the second inning. Finley has hit a couple of balls right on the nose.
Sure has.
But they were caught in front of the wall by J.D. Drew. Hammock taps over one, and that's a fair ball. Bounces over near the stands. Robbie, or I beg your pardon, Alex Cintrone advancing on to second with his second hit of the game.
Oh, you asked for some offense. You received some offense. Nice play. Just chopped right down the line. DeRosa gives it all he's got down the line. Takes a big in-between hop right off his wrist and heads over into foul territory. Nice try there by DeRosa. Now let's see if we can plate him here, Tommy.
Robbie Hammock coming up. He is struck out and flied out to left. Alex, a couple of doubles in the game here tonight. 9 on the year. Ball one high and away. And here's the situation you were talking about earlier. And why I've heard Joe Morgan say it 1,000 times. He believes the most difficult job of any National League player is to hit 8th in a lineup.
That's right, because you just don't know if he's going to go after you or not. But that's good right there, what you're seeing from Robbie Hammock. Mike Hampton's going to try and tease you and taunt you just off the plate. And now if he walks you, he walks you. But you can't help him out here.
2-0 to Hammock. 3-0. And they walk him on 4 straight. 2 on, 1 out.
Good job by Robbie Hammock. Laid off a couple of tough ones to get to 2-0, and then Hampton just decided, heck with it, I'm going to put him on base. And I'm sure we'll see Randy try to drop a sacrifice here. He's been stellar at everything tonight. Wouldn't expect anything less than a perfect bunt.
Johnson already a pair of sacrifices this year. Tonight he has struck out and lined out hard to the right fielder J.D. Drew. And they let him swing away on the first pitch, and he hits it off the end of the bat foul. Now they may ask him to bunt, or they may have wanted him to bunt there. Al Pedrique comes trotting down the line to talk to Johnson.
That's a telltale sign that Randy missed the bunt sign right there. He's probably going to put it on again just to make doubly sure. And all you need is a bunt here.
Corner infielders creeping in, and Johnson drops a bunt foul. Runners at first and second, 1 away here in the top of the 7th inning. Johnson shortens up, pulls the bat away, and they call it strike 3.
Well, Johnson leaning out over, looking for something away. He gets a little slider down and in. I think that was probably down because Randy's 8 feet tall, but Greg Gibson said it was good enough.
Now Chad Tracy. He's had a good night at the plate. Lined one right off the leg of Hampton, who threw him out in the first inning, walked in the third, and then had an infield hit in the 5th. But this kid just, you can see more confidence day by day, as he's now getting into his 3rd full week in the major leagues.
He's well grounded too. His teammates have received him really well, Tom. They like his attitude. They like the way he just goes about his business.
And there's a rocket into center field, a base hit. Rounding third is Cintrone. Throw going to third, and Hammock caught in the rundown. And now the tag will be made. An RBI base hit by Tracy. Boy, that kid is going to be something. He always seems to come up with a big hit.
Beautiful job, Chadley.
2-0. D-backs in front.
What's great about MLB Tonight is that you will see every big play.
He stole home!
MLB Tonight is an opportunity to do live look-ins and learn about baseball.
Let's go inside the park right now to Colorado. Off to AT&T Park we go.
We take you to Wrigley Field.
This is live baseball you're watching right now.
The live look-ins are great because whether it be a big home run or a big strikeout, we get to pop inside the game live to see it happen when it happens.
Slam for Kubel, and the cycle is complete.
We'll have the ability to go and break in a big situation in a particular game.
The first Ranger to get 6 hits in a 9-inning game.
We can find those key matchups or these key moments when the game's best hitter is matched up against the game's best on the ball.
See ya! It's his first swing back, a 3-run home run.
Sure, you want to know what's happening with your team, and we're not only going to give them that, we're going to give them a broad slice of what's happening everywhere else in Major League Baseball.
MLB Tonight at 6 Eastern, only on MLB Network. First time you saw them.
1 strike away.
Goosebumps.
This is the moment they've been waiting for.
Heart palpitations.
Here it comes.
Sweaty palms. They're baseball's all-time games.
There's a drive. Way back.
We Relive the excitement all over again with a marathon of incredible matchups. Next up, an all-time games triple header with 3 amazing ALCS matchups. Saturday, starting at 10 Eastern, only on MLB Network.
When it comes to going bald, you now have a choice. Advances in medical science have resulted in the world's first and only permanent solution to hair loss.
It is your real hair. It's your natural hair. You wash it, you cut it, you swim with it.
Bosley is the world's most experienced hair restoration experts, having pioneered virtually every major advancement in the art and science of hair restoration.
I'm very satisfied, very happy with what I've done. This has got to be one of the best decisions I've made in my life, I'll tell you that.
Bosley Hair Restoration is a relatively simple outpatient procedure. The results look completely natural, and it's affordable on nearly any budget. Call the toll-free number now to receive your free, no-obligation information kit that will help you decide if hair restoration at Bosley is right for you. You don't have to accept going bald. Do something about it right now.
Call 1-800-987-8296. That's 1-800-987-8296. Call now.
Eighteen batters have come to the plate tonight wearing an Atlanta Braves uniform, and 18 in a row have been retired by Randy Johnson. So now he'll begin his 3rd time through the batting order, and it is indeed getting serious. So now the 40-year-old Walnut Creek, California native climbs a mound to begin the bottom of the 7th inning with a 2-0 lead. It'll be Garcia, Franco, and Chipper Jones. Garcia is grounded to first and struck out. He tried to bunt his way on in the bottom of the 1st inning. Hillenbrand made a very nice play when Johnson was tardy going to cover the bag. Hillenbrand picked it up and tagged him out. Hook foul, 1-1.
Hillenbrand made a great play on that play. Kind of surprised that Garcia might not be trying it. This is Ben Davis country here, the 7th inning of a perfect game. The score was 2-zip at the time.
Fouled straight back. Pretty good cut right there by Garcia. Johnson has thrown 80 pitches in the game, 61 strikes. Randy Johnson has never pitched a game where he faced 27 batters and retired all 27. Swing and a miss, and that's strikeout number 9 for the big unit.
Gas right down Broadway. Jesse Garcia just got it blown right by him. Robbie wants it up. He gets it right down the middle. And when you're throwing as hard as Randy is, you can get away with those. Oh, what a performance.
Julio Franco is struck out swinging and flied out to center field. Wow. Guy pitching the kind of game he's pitching tonight, and you don't get that call.
Where the heck could that have been? That couldn't have been more in the middle of the plate or thigh high.
Well, Johnson not letting anything bother him here tonight. He is getting the ball, no fooling around, stepping right back on the rubber, looking in for the side.
97 miles an hour on that heater to a great fastball hitter in Julio Franco.
Fastball coming again, and it's high at 98 miles per hour. This not only is the best game Johnson has pitched this season, that's an understatement. It's also his best velocity in any game so far this season. He has consistently been pitching, not throwing, pitching 95 and up all night long.
You're doggone right.
And that fastball again at 98.
Wow. Well, we remember the 2-hitter he threw in San Diego. That was one of the best performances I've seen, not only from Randy Johnson, but from about anybody. So far, he's even better tonight. You know, Tommy, I was never a part either for or against a no-hitter. In my 17 years, I never played behind a no-hitter, and I never was on a team that was no hit.
2-2 to Franco. Bouncing ball right side. Keita's got it. Throw to first. 2 away here in the 7th inning. Well, I know one time during your career, and maybe it was more, but I know one time in your career you nearly played behind a no-hitter with 2 outs in the 9th inning at Wrigley Field, and Otis Nixon slapped a base hit into left field against Jose Guzman.
Jose Guzman, 8 2/3, and then a base hit, and then I played behind another 8 2/3 behind Frank Castillo.
Yeah, that's right.
And Bernard Gilkey, both of those ex-D-backs. Bernard Gilkey broke it up with a triple. And boy, what a tease that is. You get to 8 2/3 and it doesn't happen.
Of course, the Diamondbacks have never had one in franchise history. They had been no hit by Jose Jimenez.
Who knows of that game any more than the fellow on the mound, Randy Johnson.
Of course, our old buddy Ken Phelps, we like to rib him a lot. He broke one up.
8 2/3 with a home run.
That's exactly right.
So not only did he break up a no-hitter, he broke up a shutout as well.
Swing and a miss. Johnson at 97 miles per hour again.
Cut it out, and I mean it, big fella. That was a great fastball.
1-2 to Chipper Jones. Fastball high again at 97. He's in a rut.
Yeah, he's stuck on 97. And that was right where Robbie Hammock wanted that. His command is just perfect tonight, Tommy. Every pitch that he's thrown is right where Robbie Hammock's wanted it.
2-2 pitch. Struck him out on a slider.
Oh, baby.
21 up, 21 down by Randy Johnson. 6 outs away from perfection.
Hey, Ma. You know, I haven't changed my mind about joining the military.
I didn't expect you would. Just wanted to make sure you thought things through.
I did. And I know for me, this is the right decision. It's what I was meant to do.
I believe that.
And why'd you want me to keep thinking about it?
Because I'm your mom and that's my job.
MLB Network is proud to present the definitive epic of America's pastime.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. The choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it.
Baseball, directed by award-winning documentarian Ken Burns. Every Sunday, the acclaimed series that brings the greatest players and the greatest moments of the game to life in a way that you've never seen before. We live the triumphs.
There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron.
The tragedies.
I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
And the celebrations of the game.
Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
And every week, Ken Burns shares new personal insight in an exclusive interview.
It is the American game.
Ken Burns is Baseball, Sunday at 8 Eastern on MLB Network.
Welcome back to MLB Network presents All-Time Games. All the Cy Youngs, strikeout records, and numerous other accolades. Randy Johnson says none of it would be possible without the help from none other than Nolan Ryan. Johnson credits a one-on-one mechanics-altering bullpen session with the legendary all-time strikeout leader late in the '92 season that enabled him to take his career to a Hall of Fame caliber level. The big unit enjoyed a breakout 19-win, 308 strikeout campaign a year later, and the rest, as they say, is history. Speaking of history, Johnson closing in on joining some select company as he's just 6 batters away from tossing just the 17th perfect game in the history of Major League Baseball.
All right, here we go. Top of the 8th inning. Diamondbacks have Matt Keita, Luis Gonzalez, Shea Hillenbrand coming up against Mike Hampton. Of course, Randy Johnson was on the other end of a no-hitter by Jose Jimenez back in 1999. And I mean, Johnson pitched beautifully in that game, as Hampton is here tonight. But sometimes destiny is just not on your side. And that appears to be the case, knock on wood, for Mike Hampton, at least through the front 7.
Going into this inning, Mike Hampton's throwing the ball beautifully. He really has. Alex Cintron has hurt him twice with a couple of doubles, but really not many hard hit balls.
3-0 to Matt Cato. And it's in there straight.
Another big inning for the Diamondbacks. Sure, you've got 2 runs, but it wouldn't hurt to get a couple of more, Tommy. You still got to think about winning this game, not what's going on in your side of the dugout.
1 away on the bouncing ball to Garcia. Queta hitless night tonight in 4 at-bats. Luis Gonzalez is 0 for 2, drew a walk in the 3rd inning. Twice has bounced out to the pitcher. The first time up, he ended the inning on a double play. Well, you know what everybody on that dugout, in that dugout, is thinking about right now. The same thing you are, the same thing we are. Knowing full well that Randy Johnson, who's ducked back up under the tunnel and into the clubhouse, is 6 outs away from perfection here at Turner Field in Atlanta. Broken bat, 2 hopper to second, 2 away.
Well, he needs to get back out in the dugout because the Diamondbacks have made a couple of quick outs.
If you're wondering, Randy Johnson has thrown a no-hitter. On June the 2nd, 1990, pitching for Seattle, he no-hit the Detroit Tigers.
Nobody saying a word to him. Just the way it should be.
And there's a base hit through the hole in the right field by Hillenbrand, his first hit tonight.
Nice piece of hitting right there, Shea Hillenbrand, just inside off that ball.
Let's check in down near the Diamondbacks dugout with Big Todd Walsh.
It's kind of interesting, guys. Randy Johnson did speak to third base coach Al Pedrique between innings. I saw Robin Yount having a conversation with catcher Robbie Hammock. Obviously, nobody else talking to Randy, but I can tell you this: the fans outside the dugout here are letting Randy know exactly what he may be on the verge of. There is no question about that. I'll send it back to you.
All right, we'll be checking back in with Todd Walsh throughout the night.
Well, Tommy, I remember some no-hitters being close to throwing against teams that I was on, and we'd be screaming at him from the dugout, "Hey, you got a no-hitter going! Hey, look, no hits!" You know, we'd be screaming at him, trying to let him know, trying to jinx him. I can promise you the Braves are letting him know, and the fans are letting him know.
Lined into right field, and Finley has something to show for it. Perhaps the weakest ball that he's hit all night long towards right. But the first time he has a base hit.
Well, J.D. Drew, if you're going to play me on the track back there, I'm going to hit it in front of you. Steve Finley's just swinging the bat so well this year. After struggling in the leadoff spot early in the year, he's just found a home in the 5-hole.
Well, it seems like 2 years ago, doesn't it?
I know it.
All right, now Danny Bautista. Back-to-back 2-out hits from Hillenbrand and Finley. Danny 1 of 3, singled and scored in the 2nd inning. High ball 1. Philadelphia leads the Dodgers 7-6. That game in the 7th inning. Colorado beating up on the Reds 8-3 in the 8th. Told you the Giants are in Chicago with a 1-0 lead over the Cubs. Oh boy, that had to hurt.
That sure did. How about the Reds going in and beating up on the Dodgers at Chavez Ravine earlier?
3 in a row
this weekend. You want to be a catcher, folks? Oh, goodness. Right in either the bicep or the shoulder.
Down the right field line. Will it fall? No. Running grab made by J.D. Drew will end the inning. Good piece of hitting by Danny. Just didn't get a break. All right, we go to the bottom of the 8th. Johnson taking the mound, 2-0 lead.
Introducing the Golden Corral 7-Day Dinner Cruise, a different dinner theme every night. Friday is our famous fish fry. Saturday is date night for beef lovers, and Sunday is Carver's Table. It's all on our endless buffet, all for around $10. Golden Corral, help yourself to happiness.
Now, which photo should I pick for my Capital One card? Which Jimmy should we choose? How about this one?
No, delete. Just 2 Jimmys left.
And delete. Spaghetti Jimmy wins. How cute is that? Well, I love it.
Personalize your card at Capital One Card Lab, where you make your card yours. Just log on at CapitalOne.com.
I ask you, what does a walk-off homer look like in the box score? A bunch of little numbers? That's not baseball. Little numbers in a newspaper is Sudoku or whatever you call it.
Your team's games are home games with the MLB Extra Innings package, no matter where you live. Follow your fantasy roster and get games in high def with MLB Extra Innings enhanced viewing features.
Welcome to baseball heaven.
Get MLB Extra Innings from your video service provider. Call and order today.
Diamondbacks lead 2-0 as Randy Johnson takes the mound to begin the bottom half of the 8th inning. He has set down the Braves in order in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th innings. 10 strikeouts. Nary a Brave has reached base. Andrew Jones to lead things off. He's flied out to center and lined out hard to Gonzalez in left. First pitch swinging, fouls it away on a first pitch slider. The 2 hardest hit balls of the night came off the bats of 2 men that will come up in this inning. Andrew Jones lined out, as I mentioned, in the 5th inning. 2 batters after that, J.D. Drew lined out to Danny Bautista in right. Swing and a miss, and the bat goes flying. That's almost as far as any hit ball tonight has gone by the Braves.
The head was out, as we say. Andrew Jones got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, swung through it, and helicoptered it all the way over to the Diamondbacks on-deck circle.
Oh, and 2. Johnson winds, kicks and delivers, and a fastball is high and away.
But once again, that right where Robbie Hammock wanted that pitch. Up and away. Try to get him to chase out of the zone, because Jones will chase out of the zone.
Fly ball in the center field. Finley waving off Danny Bautista. 1 away here in the Atlanta 8th inning. Well, to get this far, you can say every inning has been the biggest inning of the game for Johnson, but this unquestionably is. Just if you look at the 3 players that are coming up to bat in this inning for Atlanta.
Well, he just got through Andrew Jones, the cleanup hitter. This is the guy that's seen 17, 18 pitches tonight. This is the guy that has seen more of Randy Johnson than anybody in the Braves lineup. So this kid has just been a thorn. Even though Randy's gotten him out twice, he's really hung in there tough with him.
Swinging a foul ball back on a fastball at 96 miles per hour. Johnson has struck out at least 1 batter in every inning in the game here tonight. The only inning he did not strike out a batter is when he faced this same trio in the 5th. Ten strikeouts, 22 consecutive Braves set down. Pretty good rip at that fastball at 97, and now it's 0-2.
This kid has been a foul ball waiting to happen tonight. He must have fouled off. Of the 20 pitches he's seen, he's probably fouled off 16 of them.
Nearly 24 pitchers have thrown 2 no-hitters over their careers. Here's the 0-2. Slider down. Of course, Nolan Ryan threw more than anybody. He had 7. In 73, threw 2. 1 in 74, 1 in 75, threw another with Houston in 81. And then his final 2 came with the Rangers in 1990 and 1991. 1-2 to Estrada. Struck him out swinging on his slider. Johnson now 4 outs away from perfection.
You think there's anything left in that man's tank, Tom? Watch this pitch here. Slider with some teefus. Down and in on the back foot of Johnny Estrada. Watch how much this ball breaks. Wow, no chance. Beautiful pitch.
Now Johnson goes to work on left-handed batting. J.D. Drew is struck out swinging and lined out to right. Swing and a miss on a first pitch slider.
Wow. Beautiful pitch. Cheating on the fastball there. J.D. Drew got outguessed. Got the slider, missed it by 8 feet.
Johnson going to work. And a slider again is outside. 1-1 to Drew.
Dropped down a little bit. Tried to give J.D. Drew a little different view of it. Made a good pitch just off the plate on the outside edge.
Fly ball down the left field line, a long run, and it's out of play into the first row of the seats.
Well, we talked about it earlier in the game, Tom, when Andrew Jones lined out to Gonzo, and then I can't remember who the next hitter was, but he just missed a double by a couple of feet down the left field line. And that's when you're thinking, you know what, this might be something special we're seeing. Well, whether he gets or not, this has been something special we've seen so far.
This will be the 103rd pitch of the game for Randy Johnson. He's thrown 76 strikes, 26 balls.
My goodness.
1-2 to Drew. Ground ball right side. Keita's got it. 24 consecutive batters set down by Randy Johnson. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, whoa, honey. Okay, I mean, you can't. This isn't a stove, all right? I mean, what if I just walked into the kitchen and started making a salad?
That'd be weird.
Right? I mean, look, there's a technique.
Okay. Wow. It's okay, everyone. Thanks, hon.
Yep, it's that easy with Kingsford Match Light.
You are the one celebrity that we have had trouble booking on our show, Whopper Jr.
I'm sorry. When you're only a buck, the demand's pretty high. You know.
Can I touch the...
Bad! I'm gonna do it too. Whopper Jr. is only a buck. King value at Burger King.
Oh, why is it raining? Who's the rain?
Roger that. No rain, no rainbows.
Could you tell us what's going on?
Yeah, the cake is en route, the tulips just arrived, and the groom is...
He's getting cold feet. I'm okay. No, I'm not.
Look, we gotta go now. The light's perfect.
I need the stunt groom now.
What's a stunt groom?
Jackpot.
Get work done now. Nextel Direct Connect with GPS tracking. Only on the Now Network.
Sometimes the best way to get closer is to get as far away from it all as possible. Don't let erectile dysfunction get in the way. Viagra, America's most prescribed ED treatment, can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. Ready to talk to your doctor? Find out how at Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. 20 million men have had the Viagra conversation. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
So much good can come from a game. Major League Baseball proudly supports RBI, reviving baseball in inner cities.
1, 2, 3. RBI!
24 consecutive batters set down by Johnson, and he is 3 outs away from a perfect game.
Well, you know what, Tommy? With him hitting third, you know, his pitch count's starting to get up. You might want to think about pinch hitting for him this inning, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that's something that's very likely. And a base hit into left field by Cintrone. What a good night for Alex.
Very good night. He has been right on the money with every swing he's had tonight off Mike Hampton. That's his third bullet. He's been involved in both the tallies for the Diamondbacks. He drove in the first run, scored the second run. It's good to see him getting it going right-handed too, Tommy.
Right back to Hampton.
Whoa!
And he threw to the wrong man, covering the bag, and on to third goes Alex. That'll be a fielder's choice. And unfortunately for Hampton, they're going to charge him with a throwing error. And they're on the corners with nobody out.
Well, Tom, that's a mistake by Hampton. You've got to know who's covering the bag. The shortstop's covering the bag. He throws it to the second baseman. You got to know ahead of time who's covering the bag. A lot of times you'll see Randy just trying to get a bunt down now, but we saw earlier that Hampton's got to know who's covering the bag, the shortstop or the second baseman.
Oh, and 1 to count on Randy Johnson with the runners on the corners, and they'll throw over to first, sending Hammock back to the bag.
D-backs hoping to get a couple of put-away runs before all the excitement to come in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Well, Johnson getting a standing ovation as he came to the plate in this at-bat. The crowd here in Atlanta has clearly jumped into his corner. I mean, when he got the final out there in the 8th inning, they were standing and applauding as he started walking back to the Diamondback dugout.
That's great to see. Knowledgeable fans appreciating greatness.
Fouled away. 1-2 now on Johnson, who is 0 for 3 in the game. Struck out swinging, looking, and lined out to right field.
I mean, guys like this fella don't come around but once maybe every 50 years. It's good to see the fans acknowledge that.
1-2 to Johnson. Runner goes, and a bouncing ball to the shortstop. So just like a sacrifice, really. They started the runner. Johnson put the bat on the ball, but Cintrone did not break to the plate on contact.
Well, he may have been able to score there, but with nobody out, play it safe, use it like a sacrifice. And really the best Diamondback hitter so far this year with runners in scoring position is stepping into the batter's box right now.
And Chad Tracy delivered again in the 7th inning of the game here tonight with an RBI single with 2 outs. And now runners at second and third, the infield drawn in. And a one-hopper right at Franco. And we may have jinxed it.
I put the Moachichi on him. I'm sorry about that, Chad Tracy. Now let's see if Matt Cada can get a big 2-out hit.
Tracy a couple of hits on base 3 times with an RBI, but leaves him at second and third here. And now it's up to Cada. Matt 0 for 4 in the game, reached on an error in the first inning. The infield backs up, and Cada first pitch swinging, fly ball to center field. So Jones has got it. And here we go to the bottom half of the 9th inning. Randy Johnson 3 outs away from a perfect game, facing DeRosa, Green, and a pinch hitter.
I thought a complete multivitamin was enough, until I learned 1 in 3 men will face prostate issues. And One A Day Men's has more selenium than Centrum to support prostate health. And it supports heart health. That works for me.
One A Day Men's.
Hi, this is Chuck Storm. I'm live at the scene where last night there was a robbery at about 3:30 in the morning. Now, police have...
His parents were among those who marched for civil rights in 1963. Ryan Howard knows the meaning of strength. His parents taught him how to use it. You can see it in his eyes. And you witnessed it when he lifted that trophy. This is beyond inspiration. This is beyond baseball.
Sports are great for a kid's body. Steroids aren't. They can ruin tendons in legs and arms. Steroids can stunt bone growth and increase the chances of liver cancer, heart attack, and stroke. Steroids don't make great athletes. They destroy them. Talk to your kids. Need help? Get help. Visit drugfree.org.
Very unique routine when he steps into the batter's box.
Incredible! Oh my goodness! He steps back into the box, and here comes the pitcher. Did he do it? He did!
You talk about fearless.
Everything you love about baseball is on MLB Network. Our national pastime all the time.
MLB Network is proud to present the definitive epic of America's pastime, baseball, directed by award-winning documentarian Ken Burns. Sunday, inning 9, baseball suffers a serious blow with the 1972 players' strike, and Hank Aaron brings the fans back.
My favorite line in the whole film is, he said, "I never knew my mother could hug so tight."
Ken Burns' Baseball, Sunday at 8 Eastern on MLB Network. MLB Network is expanding the zone, broadcasting high def 24 hours a day. All the amazing baseball in widescreen HD. MLB Network in HD. It's a whole new ballgame.
We head for the bottom half of the 9th inning. And Randy Johnson 24 up, 24 down. The last perfect game thrown by a National Leaguer was El Presidente Dennis Martinez with Montreal back on July the 28th, 1991 against the Dodgers. Only 6 perfect games have been thrown in National League history. And you see only 4 since the turn of the last century. Jim Bunning, of course, now a state senator from Kentucky, Sandy Koufax, did it against the Chicago Cubs on September 9th of '65. Tom Browning, a perfect game against the Dodgers in '88. And then Dennis Martinez against the Dodgers in '91. Bottom of the 9th inning, and DeRosa to lead it off. A slider is down low for ball 1. Randy Johnson, 40 years old. Last year only pitched in 18 games, had a 6-8 record. His knee was surgically repaired, and many wondered when he came back if A, he could come back from the surgically repaired knee, and could he still be effective after turning 40 years of age in September of last season. Well, there's been very little doubt about that this entire year. And tonight trying to throw a major league and perhaps final exclamation point on that question or question.
Exactly. Any questions? If you've been watching this game, there are no questions. This guy has been unbelievable. And that's not the right word. It's astounding. There's so many superlatives you can use.
Bouncing ball to Matt Cato on 2 hops. He gloves, throws to Hillenbrand. 1 away here in the bottom half of the 9th inning.
Oh, baby. Beautiful pitching. Strike after strike after strike.
107 pitches thrown in the game tonight by Randy Johnson. 80 strikes, 27 balls.
Nobody up on the top step. That's interesting. Probably superstitious down there. You'll see a bunch of people on the top step of the dugout.
Fastball, strike 1 to Nick Green, the rookie, seeing Randy Johnson for the first time tonight. He hit a little roller at Cintrone, who made an excellent play to throw him out.
And nobody on the top step.
Swing and a miss on the slider at 88 miles per hour.
He gets some 97-mile-an-hour gas and then an 88-mile-an-hour slider. That's a good fastball for most guys. That's Randy's slider tonight.
Johnson looking in, and the 0-2 pitch. Slider at 90 miles per hour.
Call that a strike. That's a strike.
Johnson, the 5-time Cy Young Award winner, once in the American League, 4 in a row as a Diamondback in the National League. And it took an injured knee to probably keeping away from winning 5 in a row last season.
You're right. And pitched well enough to be in the contention so far this year.
1-2. Fouled out of play, first base side. Well, you saw the Diamondback dugout. Nary a soul on a top step. Just about everybody up there over the railing and watching on the Atlanta side.
They know they might be witnessing history. That's interesting, though, that the D-backs, not one guy.
Strike 3 called on a 97-mile-per-hour fastball by Randy Johnson. He is 1 out away from a perfect game, and the crowd stands at Turner Field.
Oh, Tommy, I can't breathe. What a beautiful pitch right on the inside corner. 97 miles an hour.
Randy Johnson, for all his accomplishments in the major leagues, the 5 Cy Young Awards, a co-MVP along with Curt Schilling in the World Series in 2001, all the big games, has thrown a no-hitter, never a perfect game. And Eddie Perez, a pinch hitter, is down a strike.
One of those 86-mile-an-hour sliders right on his back foot. Eddie's been on the bench all night. He's finding out up close and personal what the rest of the Braves have been seeing tonight.
0-1 to Eddie Perez, and a fastball is outside.
That's a strike.
It's 9:48 here in Atlanta, 6:48 back in Arizona. And Randy Johnson an out away from a perfect game, the first since '91 in the National League. And now he's a strike away. It is rare a visiting player comes into Atlanta and gets a standing ovation. But that's exactly what Johnson is getting right now, and not one of his teammates
exactly.
standing up for him.
That's great. Listen to this crowd.
1-2 to Perez. Fastball high at 97 miles per hour.
Once again, right where Robbie Hammock wanted it, up and out of the strike zone. Perez able to lay off, but Randy's just put on a clinic of not only stuff, but location.
9:49 now in Atlanta, 6:49 in Arizona. And a 2-2 to Perez.
Yeah!
Swing and a miss, and Randy Johnson, at 40 years young, has thrown a perfect game, the 7th in National League history.
Oh, look at his teammates out there mobbing him. Tommy, oh, that is awesome. What a way to start a road trip, baby.
Doesn't get much better than that, does it?
I've never seen that before. I want to go down there and jump on him. Come on, Tommy, let's go down there.
13 strikeouts tonight for Randy Johnson, in, needless to say, a spectacular performance by one of the game's all-time greats.
It was a pleasure, Tommy, to watch this with you. Listen to these Braves fans. That is great. And I hope everybody's going just as ape out in Arizona, because you've seen history tonight, folks. Big time history.
Could he come back from the bum knee? Could he get people out the way he used to at 40? Need you ask any more?
Well, ask Eddie Perez. Gas right by him. Look at Robbie. Robbie's jumping for joy. Randy, a big smile. Oh, what a great moment that is.
A no-hitter, and now a perfect game. Armed as well with those 5 Cy Young Awards and that 2001 World Series ring, you'd think at the ripe old age of 40 years young that the big unit would be eyeing life after baseball. Clearly, such was not the case, as Johnson kept going strong onwards and upwards for several more years in a career that will land him in Cooperstown on his first chance at induction, where history will forever remember him as arguably the most dominant left-handed pitcher the game has ever known. Thanks for watching MLB Network Presents All Time Games. I'm Hazel May. We'll see you next time.
25 years ago, the Milwaukee Brewers captivated an entire city.
The Brewers win the Eastern Division Championship and a very happy Brewer Club.